morning, colleagues. It's now 8 o'clock, so we can go ahead and call this Committee on Appointments to order. We have about 8 resolutions, so we can go ahead and get started. First is a resolution confirming Mayor Bliss's appointment of Wardell Frazier to the Community Relations Commission. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
This is moved and supported, colleagues. Mr. Frazier works in community relations at the Rapid, and I think we've mentioned before that there is an additional process that Community Relations Commission engages in, and so this was presented to the mayor for consideration.
And I'll add that I was around the CRC table when we reviewed his application, so
Okay.
I was actually happy to see him on that kind of backfill list.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner. All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries. Thank you. Next is a resolution confirming Mayor Bliss's appointment of Paula Collier to the Community Relations Commission. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Commissioner Perdue, I'll turn to you. Was this one that you reviewed as well?
Not while I was at that table, but I do know Ms. Collier, and she's been very active in community and advocacy for a long time, so I was also happy to see her name come up.
Great, and I know Daniel did share the PIFs as well, so.
Yeah.
Any other questions? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
That carries, thank you. Next is a resolution confirming Mayor Bliss's appointment of Dean Pacific to the Grand Rapids Police Civilian Appeals Board. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Pacific is an attorney here in the Grand Rapids area. I've worked with him in the past, just more in the private sector. Did anybody have any questions? This is a new appointment, so this is not a reappointment.
I'm glad to see the cab beginning to get filled back up.
Yep.
I'll add too. I know Dean Pacific semi-personally too. He's a longtime West Sider, and I think his legal expertise will be definitely value too. So.
So I think with this, if this is approved, we will have Commissioner Robbins' appointment. I know you're looking at some individuals, and Commissioner O'Connor, so that will probably, but also to note is the cab appointments end in May. That we were reminded of that, Daniel Wright, in our liaison meeting. So we probably just need to double check those ones with Mr. Davis and just make sure, because we did have somebody else who was interested, but at this point we don't have any openings
What do you mean by the appointments will close in May?
Like the term ends.
The term ends.
Oh, okay.
So, yep. So through their bylaws, their term ends in May. So people can get reappointed if they're eligible. Some may decide to roll off, which is what happened actually last year. I think we had a number of who decided to roll off. So if we can talk about that afterwards, I did mention that to Mr. Davis. Okay, sorry, colleagues, there is a motion on the floor for item number 3. All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries. Thank you. Number 4 is a resolution approving the City Commission's appointment of Marcus Hargrave to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Hargrave is the president, CEO, I might be getting his titles mixed up, but of Camp Tall Turf, so I think that will be a good addition. Past Commissioner Jones and current Commissioner Moody also were listed as recommenders for him as well. Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries. Thank you. Next is a resolution confirming Mayor Bliss's appointment of Joseph Malone Reyes to the Uptown Corridor Improvement Authority. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Malone Reyes is part of the leadership team at Holo Footwear. So if you know, they're a footwear company that recently in the last year moved from the Portland, Oregon area to Grand Rapids. And so excited to see his expertise brought to this board. Hearing no other comments, all those in favor?
Aye.
That carries. Thank you. Next is a resolution confirming Mayor Bliss's appointment of Matthew Channing to the Urban Agriculture Committee. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. This is a new appointment, Daniel, correct?
That's correct. This is a county representative.
This is a county representative. Thank you, Mr. Marquardt, for working on this. I think this came through almost immediately after our last meeting, so. So we still have, I think on this body, maybe 2 openings after this?
Yeah, I know mine is still open, and we should have a PIF any day for that one.
Okay, great. So all those in favor?
Aye.
That carries. Thank you. Next is a resolution recognizing the appointment of Nathan Henschel to the Urban Forestry Committee. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Henschel now works for Consumers Energy and will be representing that spot on the board. All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries, thanks. Last is a resolution confirming Mayor Bliss's appointment of Josh Coltier to the West Michigan Regional Planning Commission. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. I believe this is a new appointment as well, Daniel. And thank you. You probably have it on the sheet. Sorry. That I've hidden under my other pieces of paper. Any questions on this? I think this board will now be fully filled on our end. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
That carries. Thank you. Colleagues, that is all of our business for today. I think what I'd like to do, in the interest of my voice, is if you have any updates that you'd like to share, I know we shared just a few right now of ones that we're working on, but actually I think we're sitting in a pretty good position as it relates. So for Community Relations Commission, I will note that there is a third name that should be advanced. We're just working through a couple of those details. So then that body would be fully seated. We've talked in the past about some of the, what I'll call more specialty boards or professional boards. So those ones are not being missed. Our city liaison, city leadership are fully aware of those. We talked about CAB. Housing appeal is probably another one. We've looked at a couple of the PIFs over the last week. Daniel and I talked a little bit last week. And then I think we should just reconvene again about CAB and just see if there is anybody who might be rolling off at the end of this month, and we might have more individuals to consider. So other than that, I don't have any other updates unless either of you would like to share anything. Okay. All right, colleagues, with that, we will adjourn here at 8:07. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. They weren't lying about these microphones. We'll call the fiscal committee to order here at 8:30, and we'll kick the meeting off with the first resolution approving a special event program sponsorship awards for fiscal year '23. Can I get a motion?
So moved. Support.
It's been moved and supported. I guess I'll turn to Ms. Claren. I don't see Ms. Pittman here. so-
Yeah, I don't see her either. This is just a $17,000 general fund sponsorship for the Festival of the Arts. It's different installations, scheduled to run June 12th through the 14th. And then I believe we have added on to this a couple other ones, a $10,000, well, it's a $17,000 one, and then a $10,000 sponsorship related to a wake. So, and we are using American Rescue funds to fund it. A lot of funds.
Very good. Colleagues, any questions about this item? All right, hearing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 2, a resolution authorizing conditional approval of a tax exemption and payment in lieu of taxes pilot for Vern Berry Place.
So moved. Support.
Moved and support. Ms. Bohaj, good morning.
Good morning. So this item was approved, I shouldn't say this item, this project had a pilot on it back in 2004, approved by the City Commission. The project has reached its 15-year compliance period through the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program, and it's being restructured and refinanced so that improvements can be made, as well as dividing the property into 2 separate condominiums during that financing process.
Very good. Colleagues, any questions about this?
I do. So I saw in the memo that there's 2 condominiums, but one is not actually condos, it is just a commercial space?
Yeah,
Is that-
that's, It is commercial space, so the way that the financing works, it's just how it's structured in terms of the entity itself. So a condominium in our brains often thinks of a residential unit, but commercial suites are, as well, are considered condominiums. It's just in the structuring for the property.
Thank you.
And has different, depending on financing, can have different rules and things attached to it of what you can put into it later.
Okay.
Any further questions? All right, hearing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 3, resolution authorizing conditional approval of tax exemption and payment in lieu of taxes, building community scaling to sustainability project.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported.
So this was a project that was approved with our home ARP funds in our last year's funding process. And it will consist of two newly constructed units that have a two-story duplex on one site and a one-story fourplex on the other site. They've received two project-based vouchers from the Grand Rapids Housing Commission. So those particular units would be for households with incomes at or below 30% of the area median income. All of them will have the restrictions for the home regulations for the ARP program as well.
Very good. Colleagues, questions about this one? All right, hearing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Ms. Bohach. Item 4 is a resolution authorizing a service agreement with Wilderness Inquiry for Canoemobile at Riverside Park in the amount of $12,400.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Marquardt, Parks Director, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is our 5th year of providing this experience with Grand Rapids Public Schools. Over the course of 1 week, we put about 1,000 8th graders on the river for a paddling experience with this organization. If you haven't been up there, I encourage you to get up there during this course of this week. It's a really great opportunity to see the kids and the spark of learning that's happening. Great opportunity for the city to elevate the quality of life through our mission, and to do so through the Parks and Recreation mission through inspirational experiences.
Very good. Colleagues, questions for Mr. Marquardt?
Does this come out of the Parks and Rec budget?
Yes, it does.
Sounds like a good experience.
All right, additional questions? All right, hearing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Item 5 is our bid list resolution for May 9, 2023.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Ms. Claren?
Just 4 items this morning. If you have any questions, myself or the department directors are here. If you
Very good. Colleagues, questions on any of the 4 items on the bid list this morning? All right. Hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 6, warrant report, April 12, 2023 through April 25, 2023, and March 2023 funds report. Mr. Comptroller.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the period referenced there, the city released cash payments totaling approximately $21.9 million, which includes just over $4.9 million for employee payroll expense and approximately $767,000 for income tax warrants during that period. In terms of quantity, those amounts equated to 7,789 income tax refunds being issued and 1,236 check and electronic payments being issued as well. And as always, the tables on the following pages contain the details of those payments that exceeded the amount of $20,000.
Very good.
Also here we have for you our March fiscal year-to-date monthly funds report. This is a high-level summary of revenues and expenditures and some of the main governmental and enterprise funds that the city accounts for revenues and expenditures in. It's a great resident resource along with many other resources put out by the city for those interested in learning a bit more about some of the things that factors that contribute to revenues and expenditures in these funds. So that report is available on the city's website. And that concludes my reports for this morning.
Very good. Colleagues, questions for the Comptroller? All right, hearing none, those reports are received and filed. And our final item on the agenda this morning, Treasurer's Report for period April 12, 2023 through April 26, 2023. Mr. Treasurer.
Good morning, Commissioners. With our report today, we're highlighting a couple things that are occurring right now, and one that you're seeing a lot of press on is the national debt ceiling. And whether or not we're having a divided Congress, whether they're going to move forward with that or not, approving it or and lifting it. this has not happened in my lifetime. 1979 really was actually a technical glitch where we defaulted on interest payments. But if you want to go back before that, we're talking about 1790 and 1840, of which we had an American Revolution and we had the War of 1812, and the government was desperately needing to raise funds to pay for that. Every other time that we've come into this, there's been always a lot of saber rattling. You need to rein in the budget, you need to stop spending, and yet how are you going to kill programs like Social Security, Medicare, food stamps, and all that? So you've got both sides of the aisle are arguing about ways to correct the situation. There is a possibility that it could happen, and that's why we're explaining it in our report. That will it? In my heart of hearts, I believe that we will have Congress that will sit there and go, for the good of the country, I have to vote a specific way, and it's not going to be partisan party politics. It is with the saber rattling, but when it comes down to it, I have faith in our government that our representatives will, enough representatives will come forward and vote to move the debt ceiling. If they don't, it is going to be worse than the Great Recession of 2008. We're talking about unemployment that will probably jump 5% and 6 million jobs will be lost immediately as we recorrect ourselves. What does that mean for the city? That means we would be recorrecting our budget and our process to address those types of situations. But it's more than just the U.S., right? If we are the leading currency for the world, if we default on our debt, it would trigger a global economic event that would have a ripple effect throughout the entire world. The question becomes then, if everyone's basing their economies or their currency off of the U.S. dollar, what if we take a hit? I don't even want to consider what the ramifications would be because I can't fathom that. So I do have full faith in our government and our congressmen and our senators that they will get something done, and there's going to be continued saber rattling all the way through the end of the process when they get it done. The other concern is that they only have, I think, roughly 10 or 11 working days now in the month to get it completed by June 1st. So they don't have many sessions to fix this. And so there's going to be a lot of different rhetoric and a lot of different articles and a lot of different fear that you're going to see projected in the news. I truly believe cooler heads will prevail and we'll see that debt ceiling moved. I just can't see it going any other way. However, I would be remiss not to tell you that there is some form of probability that it could happen. With that, when we look at ourselves, we're anticipating that there's going to be further rate hikes. I don't think they're going to pause. I think they might bounce around at 0.25%. But again, we've got critical information coming out, like the CPI is coming out this week. They still have to have more economic change in order for them to start pausing that interest rate hike. So right now, I'm already hearing folks like Goldman Sachs projecting that we won't see a decrease in the rates through the end of 2023 into 2024. So they're already seeing that we might draw this out further, but it's not going to, the high interest rates are not going to end very quickly. With our report, we also have $527 million of reserve funds or funds that are invested at 2.42%. We are working very closely with CFO Claren and her team as they're planning out capital purchases that we're actually evaluating what's the best mix for us to use, whether it's going to be bond finance or do we have reserve funds that we should be paying for some of these projects. So really being thoughtful as to, we don't want to borrow $10 million at 5% interest when we can fund the project out of our current resources where we only earn 2.42%. It doesn't make sense to pay for something at a higher interest rate when you have the money in your savings account. And so that's kind of the thing that we're trying to balance out right now. So as we work through the budget and the capital plan and some of these projects coming forward, like Scribner and Pinnell and others, we're working on what does the best mix of city spend versus bond financing do we use. And so that's where we're taking a very detailed, thoughtful approach to the best ways for us to use our money. So with that, that's our report for today.
Very good, thank you, sir. Colleagues, any questions for the treasurer? All right, hearing none, the report will be received and filed. And with that, we will conclude our meeting here at 8:42. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. It is approximately 9:15. Community Development Committee starts at this point in time. We have approximately 11 resolutions we want to get through to this morning, so let's begin with number 1. Resolution setting the date to consider a major amendment to plan a redevelopment district at 526 Maynard Avenue to incorporate a child care center into an approved development project.
So moved.
Mrs. Burns.
Thank you. So this project has been in front of the commission, the Planning Commission and the City Commission multiple times. It ultimately will be a multifamily project. The site work is currently underway on this site. The revision in front of you now is to take what were anticipated to be about 10 ground floor residential units in the multifamily project in Building 1. There are a total of 7 buildings anticipated on the property, and instead convert that space to a child care center. This has been in front of the Planning Commission and was recommended for approval. And the resolution is to set the public hearing for that for May 23rd.
Okay. Mrs. Barons, let me make a correction. I said Burns, but I meant to say Mrs. Barons,
Thank you.
City attorney, city manager, thank you.
I answer to both.
I know. Colleagues, any questions regarding this resolution?
I do have a quick question. My first question is just like, where did the idea for the child care center, was that based on community feedback that was heard, or I guess I'm just curious?
I do not know the genesis of that. I'm sorry, I can't get back.
Okay, that's all right. And then my other question too, just because I know this kind of started before my time on the dais, but do you remember off the top of your head what like the AMI target is for those units?
Again, no, I do not. But
That's
I will
okay.
phone a friend and find out.
That's all right.
Sorry.
Just
Pinch hitting, but I
curious.
wasn't ready for all of those.
That's all right.
Detailed questions.
It is 24 units though, correct?
Yes.
How many of those units are, I'm probably asking something that you,
Yeah, likewise.
yep,
The answer to, right?
okay.
Okay.
Just to throw out there, how many units are just single family? Are they 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, all of that?
It is a multifamily project, so that was one of the prior revisions. So it was originally anticipated to be detached, single-family. Now it's a multifamily project with 230 or so units and associated parking. The bedroom breakdown we can make sure is in the next memo when it is in front of the commission for adoption.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, ayes have it. Number 2, resolution approving an agreement with MDOT for the Rhodomere resurfacing of Ball Avenue from Michigan Street to Olson Street and Olson Street from Ball Avenue to Plymouth Avenue, and authorizing $1,223,900 for the local share of project cost.
So moved.
Support.
Mr. Bergman.
Good morning, Commissioners. So these two segments of Street, Ball, and Olson make up about a half mile of roadway that's located north of Michigan and west of Plymouth. The project will resurface those 2 segments of street, including some curb and gutter replacement. We'll be installing about 700 feet of new 8-inch water main to create a loop in that area, some shared lane bike markings, new ADA ramps, and 66 street trees will be going in. The work's anticipated to occur during the 2024 construction season. That's due to the water main lead times associated with this project. The total estimated project cost is just over $1.5 million, and of that, we've secured a Surface Transportation Program grant for $315,000. So the project is being routed through and bid through MDOT. So I'm asking for your approval, first of that agreement with MDOT, which spells out the roles and responsibilities between the city and MDOT, and also authorizing our local share of the project costs. That amount of $1,223,900 will come from the Water System and Vital Streets funds.
And this is a real good project, too. We've been working on this for quite some time, so
Yeah.
it's about time we're getting to the point where we're getting it done.
Great.
Colleagues, any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it. Number 3 is a resolution adopting the Drinking Water Revolving Fund Project Planning Document for the fiscal year '24 2028.
So moved.
Support.
Mr. Bergman.
So we've brought many projects to you that were funded through the DWRF or Drinking Water Revolving Fund, and they've only made it to that point because they were originally included in a previous plan. So now we're bringing before you a plan that will cover fiscal year 2024 through 2028. And it identifies 32 projects throughout the water system service area totaling $142 million. And a bit of a breakdown on that, $39 million of improvements would be at the Lake Michigan filtration plant, $40 million dedicated to lead service line replacements, $45 million for 22 water main replacement projects at various locations, and then $18 million for projects in our customer communities of Caledonia and Cascade Townships. So once this is, if approved by commission, it would then move on to Michigan's Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, or EGLE, for their review and approval. And then if they approve it, it opens the door to be eligible for revolving fund loans, which often have lower interest rates than traditional revenue bonds. Also has then the potential to receive debt forgiveness on portions of projects. In particular, we've been successful in getting that with lead service line replacement projects. So asking for your approval of this plan as the next step, and then we will submit it to the state for their review.
Colleagues, any questions for Mr. Bergman? All in favor? Aye. Ayes have it. Number 4 is a resolution awarding a contract with McDonald Plumbing Company for replacement of private lead service lines at various locations, contract 2023-3, in the amount of $757,836, with the total amount not to exceed $1,288,565. Mr. Bergman.
So moved.
No. Go ahead.
Support.
All right, Mr. Bergman.
All right. So this is our fifth and final contract that we're funding through the $5.1 million EPA grant that was received to specifically replace the private side lead service lines, or the portion between the curb stop and the home's water meter within neighborhoods of focus. This project in particular will replace approximately 225 lines in an area that's bounded by Hall, Eastern, Burton, and Steele. And work is planned to begin this fall with the completion of June 2024. We received 5 bids on April 25th, and the 2 low bidders on the project were extremely close, a fraction of a percentage apart, within about $3,000 of each other. SPS Pro Plumbing submitting a bid at $755,000, and McDonald at about $758,000. Both of those well under our engineer's estimate of $844,000. Now, just want to point out that SPS Plumbing, they were awarded the previous contract that was just bid and awarded at your last meeting. This will be their first contract with us, the one that was previously awarded. And they do have minimal experience as a prime contractor. And given the amount of work between the contract they were just awarded and this one that we're seeking to award, the engineering department is recommending that you award this contract to McDonald. That will kind of spread the work out, allow us more capacity between the 2 contractors. So I'm asking for your approval of that award to McDonald with the total project cost not to exceed $1,288,565. That financing coming from the EPA grant with the local match provided by the Water System Fund.
Mr. Bergman, is there an ETA on how long it would take to get this work done?
Yeah, so this one, we're planning to start it in the fall, and then they have until June of 2024 for the completion date. And we do try to stagger those schedules because we do have multiple contracts out right now, and so that just helps with staff capacity as well as contractor and material capacity.
Colleagues, any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, ayes have it. Resolution number 5, resolution approving a construction agreement and accepting a public utility easement for 2359 Leffingwell Avenue Northeast. Mr. Bergman.
So moved.
Support.
So this agreement will facilitate construction of public water main that'll serve a development of 3 single-family homes that are located in Grand Rapids Charter Township, specifically north of Knapp and west of Leffingwell. So asking for your approval of the agreement as well as acceptance of the public utilities easement that'll give us rights to maintain the water main once installed.
Colleagues, any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it. Resolution number 6, approving the release of railroad spurs and driveway easements at 201, 225, 233, 301, 353 Market Avenue Northwest for no compensation.
So moved.
Support.
Mr. Bergman.
So these are the city-owned properties that we commonly collectively refer to as 201 Market, which the Convention Arena Authority has an option on to purchase for construction of the amphitheater. Title information and survey work that we've been doing in anticipation of the sale identified easements for previous railroad spurs that existed once on the property. Those spurs are, of course, no longer present, and the easements associated with them can be released. Also, back in 1925, the city accepted a deed for a portion of the properties that preserved a driveway easement that's located just north of the railroad tracks at the south end of the site. The city is the current owner of all properties served by this easement, so it can be formally released. So asking for your approval of that through this resolution, which will help clear title in preparation for the sale of these properties.
I was watching the news yesterday, and the Arena Authority seemed to be very excited about this project.
As are we.
Yeah. Colleagues, any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, ayes have it. Number 7, a resolution accepting the quitclaim deed at 201 Market Avenue Southwest for a nominal consideration of $1.
So moved.
Support.
Mr. Bergman.
So this is another item that will clear up an issue identified out of the title and survey work being done on the 201 Market property. This one at the northeasterly boundary of 201 where MDOT's right-of-way for the 131 off-ramp exists. So MDOT's records indicate that back in 1963, the state conveyed a very small triangle of excess property to Grand Rapids Automotive. They were the previous owner of the property. However, the deed was apparently lost and never recorded. The tax parcel was amended, but the deed did not include this excess property. So we've worked with MDOT to complete conveyance of the excess property to GR Auto Supply. Our special legal counsel then contacted the successor in interest, Genuine Parts Company, who's now conveyed a quitclaim deed to the city for this excess property. So asking for your acceptance of that for $1 to clear this title issue.
Any questions, colleagues? I'm glad we're getting this through. A lost deed is no good. Colleagues, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it. Resolution number 8, resolution accepting an easement and authorizing a payment of $3,685 for sidewalk improvements in Collindale Avenue from Lake Michigan Drive to Brewer Street.
So moved.
Support.
So we've been working to obtain the necessary easements to install sidewalks on Collindale Avenue, and there, you may recall, there are 2 separate sidewalk-related projects. This one in particular is the segment from Lake Michigan Drive to Burritt, and then west on Burritt that's being funded in part through a Transportation Alternative Program, or TAP grant. Total of 5 easements are necessary for this project. You've previously accepted 2, and so now asking for your acceptance of this, the third. It's located specifically at the northeast corner of Collindale and Lake Michigan Drive at 2755 Lake Michigan Drive. So the total compensation of $3,685 covers both the easement as well as a temporary grading permit that's required to install the sidewalk along that frontage, and that payment amount will come from the Vital Streets Fund.
Colleagues, any questions?
Yeah, just out of curiosity, do we have any timeline as to when we could accept the rest of the easements?
So we're actively working with the 2 remaining owners. The team of Ms. Barfus and Mr. Regier in the back with our department are actively working on that. They've made some headway. The hope is still to secure those so that we can install the project later this year. But it's not without effort. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it. Resolution number 9, resolution awarding a contract with Lakeland Electrical Services for motor control center replacement at the North Primary Control Building at the Water Resource Recovery Facility in the amount of $306,400 with a total amount not to exceed $435,885.
So moved.
Mr. Bergman.
All right, so the motor control centers control motors, just like it sounds, for various pieces of equipment that operate throughout the water resource recovery facility. So this project is actually replacing several panels of them that exist in the north primary building. The current control center has exceeded its useful life, and with ongoing modernizations and energy improvement efforts at the plant, this one will be resized to provide more efficient power distribution to facilities and equipment at the plant. So we received 2 bids on April 18th, and Lakeland Electric Services provided that low bid of $306,400 under our engineer's estimate of $488,000. So asking for your approval of the award to Lakeland, and that total amount not to exceed $435,885 coming from the sewer system fund.
Colleagues, any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, ayes have it. Resolution number 10, resolution awarding a contract with Nagel Construction, Inc. for reconfiguration of the wedge lot in the amount of $185,766.25 with a total amount not to exceed $294,300.
So moved.
Support.
So we've been working with Mobile GR to reconfigure this wedge surface lot on Fulton. It's directly across from Van Andel Arena. By converting it from a metered lot to a gated access lot, they'll be able to collect revenue after business hours and on weekends. So we received 3 bids on April 20th, with Nagel providing the low bid of $185,766. It was about $12,000 over our engineer's estimate. Nagel will be utilizing a 20% MLBE participation rate on the job, and so asking for your approval of this award to Nagel, and that total amount of $294,300 coming from the Parking Systems Capital Fund.
Any questions, colleagues?
I do have one quick question. Do we have any idea how long that lot will remain a parking lot?
Not at this time, but one of the things we're doing is we've been working with the Economic Development Office on that. And so the payback on this would be about 3.5, 4 years. And with the development cycles, we feel very confident that we can still maintain operations for that, and any of the equipment and the other stuff can be repurposed or reutilized everywhere else. But that is still an ongoing conversation about if there's another option or if we start exploring that with the Economic Development Office. We're kind of in a wait and see with some of those. We have other projects that we're working on, as you're aware of, so.
Got it. And that was going to be kind of my question too, is what the payoff period was and how long to, invest money into a project that might not be a parking lot for much longer. So no, that makes sense. Thank you.
Commissioner?
I'm good.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, ayes have it. Number 11, resolution rejecting bid for City Archives and Record Center parking expansion.
So moved.
Support.
Mr. Bergman.
So we sought bids to reconstruct and expand the parking lot at the city's Archives and Records Center located on Washington Street. We received only 1 bid, and that was well over the estimate by about $113,000. So we're recommending that commission reject the bid, and then we, the project team, would reevaluate the project and likely issue a new bid package later in the fall. Thought being, if we do it late in the season, we'll get on somebody's list for early work the subsequent year and hopefully attract more bidders and more competitive pricing.
I think that's a good idea. Colleagues, any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it. Yes, sir.
So going back to the first item, I did some quick digging while we were sitting here. So the number of units originally planned back in 2020, it was 41 bedroom, 102 2-bedroom, and 98 3-bedroom, and that might change if we're doing to child care center. It looks like they did, I don't know what I couldn't find where it was, but it was a equity from sale of 4% low-income housing tax credits, so that's there too. So I found that from the Planning Commission notes, so.
Thank you, Mr. City Clerk. I also got some information from the city staff, so I can confirm that from friends that were monitoring this, as well as to say the developer, so Magnus is the developer here, they applied for this current change in their approval to add the childcare, basically recognizing the shortage of childcare. They apparently did some work around the neighborhood and saw that any kind of proximate childcare centers were already full with nothing new planned. So they thought it would be good for the community to make this change.
Thank you very much. That satisfies you, Commissioner Drew?
It does. Thank you,
Right.
both of you.
All right, appreciate the work. It's approximately 9:35. The Community Development Committee is now closed.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's great to have everyone with us this morning. We have a full agenda before us for Committee of the Whole Commissioners, and then we have budget review and we have an executive session. So before we go into the budget review, overview of the topics today, I'll call for executive session. But to kick us off today, today's a really special day and special week as we come together and honor public servants. So what I'd like to do is kick off with a proclamation. I'm going to come up here, City Manager, you want to join me? And we will honor many of you in the room, but also everyone who works for our great city. And we'll ask, who's coming up with us? Is it Desiree?
James and, oh, that's Papa Servant.
So you may have seen that yesterday we had a big party on the Calder in celebration of Public Service Week, Public Service Recognition Week. So I'd like to kick off today with a proclamation, and then I'll turn it over to our city manager so that we can really thank all the people who do the work 24/7 here throughout our city, making sure that our city is providing great services to our residents and everyone who lives here. So this proclamation reads, whereas our citizens residing in the city of Grand Rapids are served every single day by public servants at the local governmental level. These are our unsung heroes. Whereas day in and day out, they provide excellent city services as expected by our residents with efficiency and integrity. This excellent level of services provided are a vital part of our growing, sustainable, and resilient community, as well as the well-being of citizens and visitors. Whereas without these public servants at every level of government, continuity would be impossible in a democracy that regularly changes its leadership and elected officials. Now, therefore, I, Rosalind Bliss, Mayor of our great city, do hereby proclaim the week of May 7th through the 13th as Public Service Recognition Week. And this is in honor of the thousands of public servants that work for our city as an employee, appointed or elected official, or serve on a board or commission. And we call upon all of our residents to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of governmental employees at all levels. And with that, I'll turn it over to our city manager. Do you want this, or you want me to give it to this? I'll give it to you. There you go. You got it.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to take this opportunity, and perhaps we should have done it before you read the proclamation.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Jumping ahead.
No, you're fine. To acknowledge all the city employees that continue to work day in, day out. But there are some here today that we're going to ask to come up and take a picture with you who have exemplified some of our values and have been recognized previously, but not in front of this commission. So I'd like to recognize a few employees who exemplify what many of our over 2,000 employees do day in, day out. And first, from the Comptroller's Office, Alexandria Droz, who did a wonderful job recently in helping to launch our our P-card switchover. And we have a group of employees from Environmental Services, Mike Rumlow, Dominique Grabinski, William Kocha, Andrew Obertor, Tim Arens, Matthew Connor, Justin Frolla, Matt Crum, and they were all part of the collaborative response that we provided in Kalamazoo when they were out power and worked all weekend on call. We thank them. We also have other employees like John Witowski, I don't know if he's here, see the police chief's here, who helped to collaborate on mobile response, and perhaps we'll get one of the police chief or deputy to come and stand in his absence. And yes, please. There you go. And in Exemplifying Innovation, we have Al Romero Gabu and Marielena, who discovered errors in our Spanish translation of our coloring book that the Stormwater Department was distributing. We have employees from our Environmental Services team, Eric Reyes, Allison Smith, Drew Cook, and Brooke Davis, who are plan assistants who merged together to address some of the issues at Eagle, and a variety of city employees who are here today that we want to thank for all their work day in, day out. So, Mayor, thank you for the recognition and the proclamation. We appreciate it. And thank you for you commissioners for your work and support of all our city employees. So I'm going to ask all the city employees who are here if you'll come to the well and we'll take one picture with Steve Guitar in acknowledgement of Public Services Week.
You're in a hurry, aren't you? Yeah.
With my daughter at the park.
Oh, that's right. Of course I remember.
Remember?
I do. How old is she now?
11.
Oh, my goodness.
She was like 1 year
I was
old.
going to say she's just a
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah,
Turn that off.
Say that. I'll just raise my hand.
No, please.
Morning.
Where are the donuts? Usually with some kind of thing like this.
I don't follow any crowd. Let's get that straight.
Hey, Steve. Can we get a 1, 2, 3? Can we get a countdown?
Well, he's shooting away just.
They need to stand on a chair.
All right. All right. Thank you, everyone. And hopefully as our city staff are out and about, people will stop and thank them for their work. Okay, commissioners, with that, we're going to go to our agenda items. As I said, we have 18 resolutions before us today with a lot of the budgets from our CIAs. So we'll start with the first one, though, and this is a resolution authorizing certain special events subject to Chapter 53 of the City Code. Can I get a motion?
Support.
All right, moved and supported. We have Ms. Pittman here to tell us about this item.
Good morning. I'm sorry, I think part of the mic fell off. I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. That's all right.
Okay, so I'm here this morning. We're so excited about the special events that we have on tap for this year. We have some series that are going to be beginning this year that we've been working on for a number of years. So we will have Praise in the Park on Sundays every week. Starting in June, we will have Art in the Park Mondays. And we will have Tuesday swing, Wednesday salsa, and Thursday jazz. So we are really taking away the narrative that there's nothing to do in the city of Grand Rapids. There's going to be plenty for everyone to do and to enjoy this summer.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. And Ms. Pittman will trust you to make sure you were connecting with our communications team so that people are well aware of what's available.
Absolutely.
Great, thanks. All right, Commissioners, next that will take us to a resolution providing for the publication of and setting a date to consider an amendment to Section 2.58 of Article 4 of Chapter 181 of the City Code for the Grand Rapids entitled Operation of Meters.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Looks like we have Mr. Nairmore with us today to tell us about this item.
Yes, good morning, Mayor and Commissioners and City Manager. So this is a cleanup item that we've been kind of identifying for a little bit of time. There's been a lot of confusion with the general public based on the current ordinance lists street names that are the boundaries for the downtown area. That has changed dramatically over the last probably 15 or 20 years. And so this would actually change that so that the downtown would be defined by the DDA boundary or the Downtown Development Authority boundary. If that ever changes, it would change with that. And all the references in the ordinance would be that. So for folks in the general public, if you receive a citation in that area, you'd be able to do the $10 if you pay it within 24 hours reduction. And it'll also help a lot of confusion in the general public when they do receive a citation where they are based in the general public. So this is a cleanup item, and this would allow you for us to publish it, make notice of it, and then you could consider it at your May 23rd meeting.
Thanks. Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next that will take us to a resolution providing for the publication of and setting a date to consider an amendment to section, I already read that one. Sorry. This is a resolution adopting the Grand Valley Regional Biosolids Authority fiscal year 2024 operations and maintenance budget.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Mr. Hurt, our expert on waste management and biosolids.
I don't know if I'm an expert, Mayor, but good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. What you have before you is the Grand Valley Regional Biosolids Authority's FY 2024 budget on the amount of $12,332,446. Just as a reminder to the Commission, this is a partnership we have with the City of Wyoming in terms of handling our solids at the wastewater treatment process. It's been a long-standing process or a partnership we've had with Wyoming, and as the chair of the GVRBA, I bring forward to you this budget for your consideration.
Great, thanks. Commissioners, any questions or comments?
Mayor, is that from our expert chair?
Well, he is cheering, so I expect him to be an expert.
I'm trying.
You're doing a great job, James. All right, any additional questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Thank you.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, next will be a resolution determining the necessity of a special assessment roll number 8780 for the Downtown Improvement District. Can I get a motion?
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Mr. Kelly here from DGRI to tell us about this item, and I see we have Mr. Hur with us as well.
Yeah, good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Just a reminder, this is a request to approve the resolution of necessity for the Downtown Improvement District. This item's been before you a couple of times already, once to set the public hearing and then for the public hearing back on April 24th. Just a couple of the highlights in the three-year plan that we're proposing. One is that it's our first proposed multi-year plan for several years. We were doing one-year continuations during the COVID, but we're now at a place where we're proposing to do a multi-year plan, so this would carry us through fiscal year 26. As proposed, we're recommending a 5% increase in the district-wide assessment. That's just to keep pace with cost of service increases. But within that, we are holding the residential assessment flat, so that will continue to be at $120 per year. With that, I'm happy to take any questions, but did want to acknowledge both Chair Hur, who is in the audience, Melvin Elledge, who has been a huge help throughout this entire process, and then also Tricia Chapman from Fiscal Services, who does all of our financial reporting.
Great, thanks. Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, and next is a resolution approving fiscal year 24 Downtown Improvement District budget, and I'll ask for a motion on that, and we'll have Mr. Kelly tell us about this as well.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported.
Yep, so this would be the first year of that multi-year plan, the budget in there, so asking for a resolution approving the budget in an amount not to exceed $1.3 million. Again, this would cover fiscal year 24. For fiscal years 25 and 26, we would come back for that authorization. Happy to take any questions.
Great, thanks. Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, that will take us to our next item. This is an overview of fiscal year 2024 budgets for boards and authorities. These are the boards and authorities that are administered by the Economic Development Department and DGRI with appropriations totaling over $45 million. Can I get a motion? Or I don't need a motion for an overview. So City Manager, you want Mr. Gracia to just do an overview and then I'll walk through each of the resolutions?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, all right. Turn it to Mr. Gracia then.
Yes.
Good morning, Mayor, City Manager, City Attorney, Commissioners. So again, as we did last year, this is a summation of the following 12 items that are on the remainder of the Committee of the Whole today. And just to give you a summary of each of those boards and authorities and the amount of investments and administration that we do together with the DDA and Monroe North Tifa. So we'll start and talk just a specific overview. So of those next 12 items, approximately $45.4 million in total appropriations. And again, the breakdown is a little over $29 million of that is through our 10 boards and authorities that are managed directly by the Economic Development Department. And then another $15.4 million that's managed by the Downtown Development Authority, and then another $875,000 from the Monroe North Tifa. Again, these are represent 12 different administrative bodies that are driving investment and managing reimbursable economic development projects and also helping drive direct investment. And we'll talk a little bit about that in the remaining slides. So just to give you an overview of each authority, and we'll talking first about the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. So that particular budget is just over $22.8 million. And you can see the strategic focus areas the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority is focused on in fiscal year 24. A lot of that, again, is focused on the ongoing administration and compliance and reporting of nearly 100 approved projects. So those projects that you see on a regular basis, we'll be managing those projects for up to 35 years. And so there's a there's a lot of detail work and important work that needs to be done, and that is why our Brownfield Development Authority is really seen as at the forefront across the state and looked at a lot for insight into policy and legislation. And so I want to talk a little about that as well. Is we also know that this Brownfield Redevelopment Authority has pending legislation, and we are following that very closely to continue to support housing development at all price points, and that's going to be important as we monitor and engage in the legislative amendments and looking at policy that will come as a result of that new legislation. So very, very close. And also we'd be remiss, and we'll talk about this later, in terms of the impact of the inclusion plan we have with not only Brownfield but all the public incentive programs that we manage outside of, or inside the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. Second, the Economic Development Corporation, again, just about $120,000 there. Again, this is state-enabled financing programs, again, to support business and real estate development projects, so we will do those. And majority of that income is based on application fees that we receive on a yearly basis, and that fluctuates based on the number of projects that are coming through our office. But nonetheless, we take that. We also have a significant investment to the Construction Allies in Action program to provide technical assistance for increasing the supply of diverse subcontractors, again, directly related to our inclusion plan. We know that there's more work to be done, but yeah, we're making intentional investments into that Construction Allies program for building the minority subcontractor pipeline. So moving over to the Smart Zone. Again, the Smart Zone, again, is another authority, separate, that focuses specifically on high-tech, high-growth tech company support. And we have our majority of our investment goes to our operating partners, with their Spartan Innovations and Start Garden, to, again, that provide those incubation and acceleration services at the Doug Meyer Medical Innovation Building and the 40 Pearl location. Again, that's a new partnership that we established a little over 2 years ago. And again, there's a focus on those services, providing a 30% of those services and investments to underserved, underrepresented business founders. So again, as with the lens of equity there, in terms of how we're driving an investment to the high-tech, high-growth market. And then on a bigger picture, on a global scale, that work is contributing directly to the regional tech strategies that we have launched within the last year with the Right Place, and obviously with the Art Prize 2.0, and again has evolved into what will now be our second annual Tech Week Grand Rapids, which September 18th to 23rd, which brings together arts, tech, placemaking, and business development to showcase Grand Rapids as a destination city. And that has been a success last year. And I can tell you that even as recently as last week, I was talking to folks from other major metropolitan areas in the Midwest, and they have made plans to come and spend the week experiencing Tech Week and our tech ecosystem in September, and also keep in mind the Confluence Fest, which is going to be at the tail end of that project downtown at Rosa Parks. So as we heard Yvette speak about special events, this is another special event in late fall. Also related here is, it's related but not in the Smart Zone budget, but we talked about this through our general operating fund, that $100,000 support to the new Community Transformation Fund, which is focused on those second stage companies, specifically owned by underserved, underrepresented entrepreneurs. So moving into our 6 CIAs and 1 bid on Uptown. So again, in total, this represents $3.4 million in neighborhood and real estate development investment. And so I gave you a little breakdown here of each of those respective budgets that are also detailed specifically in the remaining Committee of the Whole items. But to give a summation of how those money will be spent, I've summarized here the strategic focus areas of each of those respective corridor improvement authorities in bid, that they are empowered to make decisions on how they will make those investments to the business districts within their geographic boundaries. So their own boards and authorities are taking in consideration their own business and development needs and prioritizing their spends in appropriate way. And this is a summation of each of those and detailed more specifically, again, each of those respective memos. So last but not least, I want to make sure that we emphasize an important policy change and specific outcomes that we have achieved as it relates to our inclusion plan in influencing the outcomes of publicly supported economic development projects through our inclusion plan. So if we recall, through our Equitable Economic Development and Mobility Strategic Plan, there was a specific strategy to create this inclusion plan program. And so that was implemented in January of 21. And this gives a summation in those 2 calendar years. We've received 21 inclusion plans submitted, and I will say that means 100% of all folks seeking public incentive support have submitted their inclusion plan, which represents a little over $42 million of commitments to MBE, WBE, and MLBE contractors. So again, those are the commitments they make on the front end. For accountability and transparency purposes, we also go back and we track those. And so again, out of those 21 projects, 11 of them have actually completed and secured their contracts and sold. They closed out those subcontract opportunities. And so those 11 represent $22 million of contracts. So you can see that in the top bar, horizontal. And out of that $22 million, the actual results are over $20 million of support, direct support through our inclusion plan. We've given the breakdown there of MBE, WBE, and MLBE in terms of where we've exceeded and where we need some work to be done. But the big takeaway is that big green box. We've achieved 92% of our total target through our inclusion plan. And that's only half. Now we recall, this is 11 of the 21 projects that represents $22 million. We had $42 million in total committed. So in about half of those, we've achieved almost half of the $42 million. And so we think that's notable, and it's important to report out as it relates to not only the development success we've had as a city, as a region, but specifically how we've incorporated this inclusion plan in the results of our publicly supported projects. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Kelly to give an overview of the DDA and Monroe North Tifa.
Thanks, Mr. Gracia. Good morning again. So yeah, back again with you to give an overview of the Downtown Development Authority and the Monroe North Tax Increment Finance Authority budgets. These come to you with recommendations from those respective boards, as well as from work with our Downtown Grand Rapids, Inc., Citizen Alliance, and our numerous project steering committees. Too quick. So quickly, you see kind of the bottom line budget authorizations that we are requesting this morning. We have over 75 programs and projects included in our priority plans for both the DDA and the TIFA, so I'm not going to go into all that. But I'll give you a couple of the highlights. And really, just for a bit of context, wanted to add that we are 7.5 years into our 10-year strategic plan, GR Forward. So a lot of the projects and initiatives that we are continuing to work on are carry forwards from prior years. And those include, for the DDA, a number of capital projects that we were hoping to move forward this year. Obviously, the riverfront and the river corridor are key for us in the coming year, and so projects like Lions Square and some of the other associated riverfront improvements that we're working toward with our friends in the Parks Department, we hope to see those advanced in fiscal year 24. In addition, other capital projects like the Van Andel Arena Alley improvement and street projects like Jefferson Avenue reconstruction are included. Similar to the work that the city is doing, we are very focused on activations and events in the coming year and in our budget. And so projects like, or I should say, events like World of Winter, our Return to the River Festival, and our support for Art Prize will continue as a way to bring people back to downtown and continue to activate it year-round. In addition, we want to make sure that as people are coming here, that it's easy to get around and that it's accessible for everyone and for all abilities. So continuing our work with disability advocates at Kent County, as well as improving the downtown wayfinding system. Phase 1 of that has been installed in the Skywalk, and you'll continue to see multiple installations happen in the coming year. Also continuing our work on business support and supporting entrepreneurs, including entrepreneurs of color through our work in the Retail Innovation Grant. And then last but not least, continuing to support the Downtown Ambassador Program. The Improvement District does a lot of support for that, but the DDA does also help to make sure that that program is functioning and successful. And then switching gears quickly to the Monroe North TIFA. This is a small area in downtown and just north of the freeway there. Includes the area just between 6th Street and Coldbrook. And so that board and that neighborhood are very interested in making sure that getting to the neighborhood and getting around in it are easy. And it's clear how to do so. And so for the coming fiscal year, a lot of work on pedestrian safety improvements, as well as supporting the DASH and the rerouting and the new deployment that's happening tomorrow. In the outer years, and maybe some of this will be able to happen this coming year, we're hopeful, but we're going to continue to work on the Hill and River Network planning implementation. That's through collaborations with Corewell, GVSU, Belknap area neighbors, as well as the Monroe North Business Association. And then importantly, the Canal Street Park improvements. That board has been very focused and interested in seeing that park improved. And so they are holding money in FY25. If the construction starts a little sooner, we'd be coming back for a budget amendment. But nonetheless, they will be very supportive of that work in the coming years. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I will open it up for questions. Commissioners, any questions of Mr. Kelly or Mr. Gracia? Commissioner?
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. I am not very familiar with the Hill and River Network project. Can you just talk a little bit more about that?
Yep, and let me go back quickly. So this has been a collaboration, as I mentioned, with a number of the stakeholders in that area, really looking at improvements to get people down from the hill and into Monroe North and ultimately to the riverfront. There's a steering committee meeting later this week. The work has been happening for about a year. I'd be happy to share more detail on it. But generally, that's kind of the high level of making sure that people are able to easily get to and around the neighborhood from some of those key attractors.
Yeah, and Commissioner, it's a great question. It's been talked about for years. And when Belknap did their area-specific plan, it was actually in their area-specific plan, trying to figure out greater connectivity from the hill down to Monroe North. And then they partnered with Monroe North to try to figure out how can we make that happen, both with improvements to the stairs, but also some of the other improvements.
Yeah, the stairs have been a key part of that conversation. In GR Forward, we looked at a concept that was known as Switchback Park. And so we're starting to refine some of those conceptual ideas. One of the initial projects that we think will be able to happen this year is this, if you see highlighted in blue right under I-96 there, the rail tunnel that would connect from Monroe North into the MSU Innovation Park. So there's a number of different projects that are associated with it. And so we're getting to the point where we're moving into construction documents and ultimately implementation.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Moody?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This question is for Mr. Gracias. On page 4, dealing with the smart zones, the LDF, I wanted to know if you can explain a little bit more in detail where you said the $100,000 investment from the general operating fund will go to new community transformation programs. I need to know where you says investments in later stage companies. Are those companies fourth in coming, which are undeserved and unrepresented?
Yes, so the new community transformation fund is 100% focused on investing in underserved, underrepresented entrepreneurs, and so focused specifically on second stage high-tech companies. But they do have also have a separate pipeline for I'm going to call it advanced manufacturing. So primary focus on high-tech, high growth, but what's also, but on the manufacturing side, really, as it looks like business transition and ownership to underserved, underrepresented folks that may not that have the experience, but maybe not the network, for example, to identify those purchase opportunities.
So have we identified the undeserved companies as of yet or not?
They have, yes. So they made, the New Community Transformation Fund, I think, has made 3, if not 4, investments already in through their fund.
Okay, I'm glad that that's taking place. I just want to see more of it and see an outcome.
Yep.
City Manager, you want to
And Mayor,
add to that?
and perhaps I think we had the new executive director come on at the early launch of it. So I think we can schedule a future update briefing on some of the progress that they're making, but I don't have the exact amount of their portfolio, but our $100,000 is we're not a majority investor in the fund. It's what, 25 million? I can't remember the
Right. So
exact.
they've raised approximately, call it about a $10.5–11 million, and their target is about 25. So, but they've asked for this piece of investment, and so we've agreed to do so through the general operating fund.
When you say target 25, you're talking about 25 businesses?
25 million total investment, their investment pool, sorry.
Thank you.
So our investment's 100,000 of the $25 million goal.
Thank you.
More symbolic to show that the city is supportive of this new entrepreneurial effort.
Yes, and in fact, as it relates, just for that little more, we've actually had other cities come to visit us and look at that model as they're looking at ways to launch their own investment platforms like that. And so we've hosted them as well to talk about the New Community Transformation Fund and its focus.
Any tech minority companies?
They have, all of them. So the investments they had, yes, they've all been. So I think 2 of them were outside and 1 was local. And the requirement is, again, as we mentioned in the budget hearing, is they must locate their operations into Grand Rapids.
Thank you very much, sir.
And be
Appreciate that.
minority owned. All right, other questions? Okay, thanks for the overviews. All right, Commissioners, that will then take us through each one. And I know all of you serve on 1 or more of the CIAs. So if you have anything to add, feel free to do so. The first one is a resolution approving the fiscal year 2024 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. Can I get a motion?
Support.
All right, moved and supported. We have Commissioner Isasi and Commissioner Moody who serves on that body. Anything to add?
No, the work is good.
All
You're
right.
taking care of business.
I appreciate both of you serving on there. Thank you. All right, any questions or comments? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, next is a resolution approving the fiscal year 2024 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Downtown Development Authority. Can I get a motion?
Moved.
All right, moved and supported. I'll add my thanks to the entire team. A lot of good work happening at the DDA, and I'm eager to see the projects move forward this year. So, Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, next is a resolution approving the fiscal year 2024 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Economic Development Corporation. Can I get a motion?
Moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioners, any questions or comments on that item? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, next is a resolution approving the fiscal year 2024 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Michigan Street Corridor Improvement Authority. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioner Knight, you serve on this body. Anything to add?
Not at all. They're working hard, trying to do some really great improvements in that area, make it safer. With some crosswalks and some extra protections for people in that area, as well as expanding some of the outdoor seating and participation for people to be able to enjoy the businesses in that area.
Yeah, nice. It's nice to see their budget grow. I know many of us have served on CIAs where it was slow going in the first few years, so it's nice to see that there's significant funds in some of these balance sheets. All right, any additional questions or comments on Michigan Street Corridor? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, next that will take us to a resolution approving the fiscal year 2024 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Monroe North Tax Increment Finance Authority. Can I get a motion?
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, that will take us to North Quarter. So I have a resolution approving the fiscal year 2024 budget for the City of Grand Rapids North Quarter Corridor Improvement Authority. It's a mouthful. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioner Isasi serves on this body. Anything to add?
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously small, but growing, and just glad to be there as a kind of connecting point as we see, kind of had the overview about Monroe North and having the opportunity, hopefully, for Corewell Health or other individuals in the area to come up and experience that corridor. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of good developments happening there. All right, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. Next, that will take us to our Smart Zone. This is a resolution approving the fiscal year 2024 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Smart Zone Local Development Finance Authority. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported, and our city manager serves on this body for us. City manager, anything to add?
No, I think Mr. Gracia did a good job covering focus, and I'm real pleased with the work of both of our operators.
Yeah, good work happening. All right, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. That will take us to a resolution approving the fiscal year 2024 budget for the City of Grand Rapids South Division Granville Corridor Improvement Authority. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioner Robbins serves on this body. Anything to add?
Yeah, I'll just add, there's a lot of exciting things going on. I know, business owners and residents in that area are very thankful about the investments going on, particularly around traffic safety. There's a lot of interest in the facade improvement too. So I think a lot of our conversations there are revolving around how to get people access to the funding that then opens them up to receive some of the match. So happy about the resources available and just kind of working on taking those conversations to the next level. So appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for your service on that. All right, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next, that will take us to a resolution approving the fiscal year 2024 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Southtown Corridor Improvement Authority. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioner Moody serves on this body. I'm glad to see the amount increasing in that fund as well. Anything to add, Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. Southtown is moving progressively well. I think that in 23-24 year, you're going to see some great impact.
Yeah, thanks. All right, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next that will take us to a resolution approving the fiscal year 2024 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Uptown Business Improvement District. Can I get a motion?
Support.
All right, moved and supported. We have Commissioner Purdue, who serves on both the Uptown Bid and SID. Anything to add on this one?
I'll take the words of Mr. Gracia and trusting in that these local authorities know what they need and are prioritizing the needs of the community. So it's been great to begin working with them the last few months, and I'm supportive of both of these items. Nothing else.
Thank you. All right, Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. And that goes along with the next one, which is a resolution approving the fiscal year 2024 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Uptown Corridor Improvement Authority. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Any additional questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, and our last action item is the West Side Corridor Improvement District. So this is a resolution approving the budget for fiscal year 2024 for the West Side CIA.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioner O'Connor, you've served on this body for a number of years. Anything to add on this item?
Saving the best for last, man.
Well, it is the largest amount too, I noticed.
No, appreciate the opportunity to serve. It's a lot of good stuff happening there, and I've got a couple of big projects in the works that we'll hopefully see some good movement on this year.
Yeah, nice work. Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. And I'm going to add my thanks to all of you. I think sometimes people don't recognize all of the boards and commissions that we all serve on outside of sitting on this body every other Tuesday. I know all of you give a lot of your time and energy outside City Hall in your neighborhoods, and serving on the CIAs and the bids take up a lot of time and attention. So I just want to thank you all for your continued service on all of these boards. So thank you. All right, Commissioners, with that, I think I'll call the question. We do have an executive session today related to pending litigation and a settlement. Can I get a motion to go into executive session, and we'll do that directly after the budget review workshop?
So moved.
Support. All right, moved and supported. This is a voice call, so Commissioner Perdue? Yes. Commissioner Isasi?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Connor?
Yes.
Commissioner Moody?
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins?
Yes.
Commissioner Knight?
Yes.
And I am a yes. And City Attorney, is that in the law library?
601.
It's in 601. All right, so we'll go down to room 601 after our budget workshop. All right, Commissioners, that takes us to the end of our action items. So I am going to turn this over to our city manager to walk us through our budget workshop today. We have a number of items that we'll be reviewing today.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. We've began this budget dialogue on April 25th with the overview, and last week we went in detail in some of the sections around governmental excellence, safe community, engaged and connected community, and economic prosperity and affordability. And what I'd like to do today is preview the remainder of our budget sections, budget by strategic priorities, and specifically today discuss in the first segment vital streets and mobility. And we have staff here to present. Deputy City Manager Kate Behrens, along with James Maihoho, as well as Assistant City Engineer Cindy Irvin, will lead us in this conversation. And then we'll pause and see what questions you may have. Then what I'd like to do next is go to our next segment, which we will highlight our strategic priority in the departments that will present around health and environment and stormwater. And then we'll see what questions you might have after that. Knowing that there have been questions submitted, our CFO has been working with staff to get those written responses. But I would like to gauge at the end of the session today if you feel that we have sufficiently provided an overview of the budget along with the budget materials that you've received, and whether or not you would like to have additional workshop on the 16th at 9 o'clock, or reserve your questions until after the public hearing that night at 7 p.m. So I'll be looking to gauge your feedback after the discussions today. And so with that, I will now turn it over to Cindy.
Good morning, City Manager, Commissioners, Mayor. Thank you for having us. I'm here with James Maihoho, who is our Vital Streets Oversight Commission chairperson, and we very much appreciate the support of the Vital Streets Oversight Commission and their support, feedback, and community engagement. So Mr. Maihoho is going to kick us off, and then I'll take us through some of the data and statistics, and then he'll wrap things up for us. Advances the slide. Ready?
Go ahead. Morning. As Cindy said, I am James Maihoho. I am the current chair of the Vital Streets Oversight Commission. Thanks for the opportunity to present this year's annual report. Prior to the 0.2% income tax extension vote in 2014, the City Commission passed investment guidelines, promises to our citizens on how the funds would be spent and accounted for if the measure was approved. We are happy to report that we are fully compliant with these guidelines. The conditions of our streets has dramatically improved since its inception in 2014. In 2013, the Sustainable Streets Task Force recommendation included the information in the top left-hand corner. Our streets were 60% poor, with the possibility of becoming 80% poor by today's date if there had been no new investment. The top right shows our progress. We've completely reversed the trend, 23% in good condition, 61% good to fair in fiscal year '22. As noted in the lower chart, our planned investment will steadily increase from fiscal year 2022 through our current 5-year plan. Our ultimate goal is to reach 70% good and fair by the end of fiscal year 2030. Thank you. This slide is a summary of the work to date and the proposed investment for fiscal year 2024. We have invested $166 million in Vital Streets funds and have reached a condition of 61% good and fair. For fiscal year 2024, the recommended investment would result in work on 32 miles of streets and $27.6 million in new investment. The work will include preventive maintenance, rehabilitation, and reconstruction on our federal aid, urban, major non-federal aid urban, and local streets. Please recall that part of our asset management strategy is to preserve the streets in fair condition first. As we do more and more reconstruction later in the program, the miles of streets completed will decrease as the costs for those reconstruction projects increase. We see the trending of the last couple of years. This may have been in part due to the planned reduction in projects costs due to the less projected revenues. We are planning to invest in more miles of streets this year in fiscal 2024.
Good morning. So throughout the Vital Streets program, we have gathered the sources and uses into one fund location. The information is typically included in the fiscal plan, and we also include upcoming fiscal year projects in that plan. The top pie chart on this slide shows our $42 million in sources. A couple of notes on the sources. The state investment now exceeds the $6 million that was anticipated when the program was first developed. The income tax extension revenues are higher than what was anticipated in 2020. There were concerns with COVID that revenue may go down, but it was actually higher than anticipated, allowing us to have additional dollars for investing. Also, if you recall, we made a commitment to support Vital Streets from the General Operating Fund. General Operating Fund does show as $0 this year because in 2021, we pulled money ahead to make a bond payment. The other thing with the sources is we currently have $10 million in cash available. This is kind of a unique situation. It's tied to some project delays tied to COVID and supply chain challenges, and that's why you see such a large investment in 2024 as those projects are able to be constructed this year. With our uses, the lower pie chart, the $42 million in uses, things to note, we continue to fund right-of-way green infrastructure maintenance, and we're recommending that increase to $300,000 per year as we construct more assets. It requires more maintenance. This work is done very well by our Public Works Department. The transfer to the sidewalk fund is as directed in the Vital Streets investment guidelines. We're also recommending that the investment of $675,000 per year in traffic safety and signals for neighborhood traffic calming continue. If you recall early in the program, when we talk about the bond payments, we issued a $50 million in bonds to accelerate the program. That was when Vital Streets was first passed back in 2014. And the principal and interest payments for the third issue are shown in the uses. The anticipated payoff for that bond is 2026. Finally, the federal aid urban street amount includes the local share for the grants. We always have a local share when we get grants from MDOT and Federal Highway. And there is also a higher match for the higher grant amounts that are coming from the state. So we're leveraging what grants we can get with additional monies coming through from the state and the federal government. We've made a commitment for balance and distribution between wards. If you look at our investment on the top left side from fiscal year 2016 to 2023, you can see that the first and third ward were around 58 million and the second ward was 52 million. So in FY 2024, you can see this year we're going to have almost $8 million in Ward 2. A lot of times that's tied to large reconstruction projects, and there's only so many that are done each year. But then by 2028, you can see that we've rebalanced and distributed those funds equally, with everyone being right around 91 million. People often ask us how we select projects. There are many factors that go into that, including the Sustainable Streets Task Force and the funding requirements and the promises that were made during the 4GR campaign. We have an emphasis on neighborhoods of focus. We follow the Vital Streets Plan that was approved by Commission. We leverage investment by others. So where developers are coming through and they have an obligation to improve the side of the street that they're developing, often that gives us an opportunity with a minimal investment to also improve the opposite side of that street and invest in that area and that neighborhood. We make decisions based on asset management principles and current conditions of the streets, and we work with the Transportation Asset Management Committee at the state level using the PACER rating, which is a unified rating through the state, to evaluate and prioritize streets. We also have a regular investment in the sidewalk fund. So when Vital Streets was passed, there was a commitment that we would inspect and repair the existing sidewalks in the city of Grand Rapids. We are continuing with that work, with the goal being that we have inspected 100% of the existing sidewalks and repaired them at least once in that 30-year period. We also continue to invest in complaints. When citizens notice that there's a situation with a sidewalk, we'll also go out and respond to complaints. In order to try to increase our sidewalk investment, we have proposed, and Vital Streets Oversight Commission has supported, a change to our investment strategy over the next 3 years for sidewalks. So typically, we would issue 3 contracts, 1 in each of 3 wards, each lasting 2 months. This could be a challenge for a contractor, where they might feel confident they would get 1 contract that would last 2 months, but not necessarily a large enough contract to support a crew for the entire year. It also made it a challenge for our sidewalk inspectors, having to be in different locations to inspect work with different crews. So the proposal is to add $300,000 of investment to the systematic sidewalk program and start with Ward 3 in 2024, Ward 1 in 2025, and Ward 2 in 2026. And then we would have concentrated systematic investment in sidewalks in each of those wards in those 3 years. We also prioritize ADA curb cuts and ramps and ADA compliance. And we also take opportunities when we are mill and resurfacing streets that within that street project, we're also looking at and improving our sidewalks. So it tries to be a holistic plan across the city. One of our important goals is community engagement, to engage and communicate with the community on our projects. And this is laid out in the Vital Streets Plan, the expectations for engagement. Juan Torres and Community Engagement have had a very busy year and do a great job supporting us. They've hosted 13 virtual meetings and 15 meetings with businesses, residents, and organizations. They've sent over 16,000 pieces of mail and responded to 125 service message requests from 311. In addition, Public Works and Engineering often field 311 requests also regarding vital streets and street investment. Highlighting some projects that were completed in fiscal year 2023, 2022 construction year. Market Avenue from Wealthy to Fulton was a substantial reconstruction. I'm sure anyone who tried to get through that area is well aware of this project. It was very large. It was broken into 2 projects. There was a sanitary sewer relocation in Market, some water main work. We added medians to calm traffic, and we added widened sidewalks so they could be shared use. We also added rectangular rapid flashing beacons for pedestrian crossings at Weston and Market. Collindale from Lake Michigan Drive to Leonard was a rotomill and resurfacing project, including traffic calming. There were concerns from the neighborhood regarding speeding. So we added a roundabout at Collindale and Burritt. Also added medians to introduce people to the neighborhood and slow traffic. There was some grading to reduce stormwater. And in FY '24, we will have 2 sidewalk projects to extend sidewalks on the east side of the road from Michigan to Leonard, and these are supported by TAP grants and ARPA funding. Our other project that we're highlighting is Fuller from Adams to Alexander. This included traffic calming and roundabouts, bulb outs, and crosswalks to shorten the crossing distance for pedestrians. Realignment of some lanes at Fuller and Hall to reduce a traffic offset and reduce risk. The other opportunity we had at Fuller is we were able to narrow the road from 26 feet to 30 feet. Narrower lanes slow traffic, right? They communicate a slower speed. But if you look at the picture, what it also does is it changes the feel of that street and the street presence. And that parkway, that grass parkway, allows snow load when plow trucks come through. And it also gives it more of a residential feel and less of a commercial feel. Vital Streets continues to collaborate with our Stormwater Committee and invest in green infrastructure. The Vital Streets goal is to infiltrate 100 million gallons of water every 5 years. Over the last 5 years, we've infiltrated 108 million gallons, exceeding our goal. Vital Streets is currently infiltrating 229 acres, which ties into some of the stormwater goals. We added 56 trees with our street projects. In addition, we were able to work with forestry to add an additional 319 trees to infill in different areas where we have rotomill and preventative maintenance projects. We were able to install 51 infiltration basins and almost 4,300 square feet of bioswales. We also work with mobility in our bicycle action plan to build streets that are multimodal and friendly for all. In 2022, we were able to complete 1.95 miles of bicycle infrastructure. There were some changes to bicycle facilities, some new bicycle lanes, and some new bicycle segments that are outlined in that slide. In 2024, our large project will be Turner Avenue. Turner Avenue is a unique opportunity where it's primarily a residential street, and there were concerns about speeds. And traffic volumes really mandated that we had fewer lanes and narrower lanes. So once we completed the lane diet, there was a large amount of right-of-way that offered an opportunity to reimagine that space. And Mobility pursued grants and was able to secure funding to help pay for a separated two-way bicycle facility. This will be the first of its kind, really, here in Grand Rapids, as far as having a two-way cycle track on a one-way street. So we're excited to see this infrastructure, and I know a lot of people in our bicycle community are very excited for this investment.
So we've mapped the fiscal year 2024 projects for you. We include this information that's put on our website, and updates are done through the construction updates. Going forward, some important things that we're looking at doing is one, asking how are we doing? Is the investment right to meet our goal? Balance and distribution between all 3 wards. And very importantly, this year specifically, we're going to review our current metrics, what data is readily available, and what metrics align with the city's strategic plan. This evaluation in itself may result in a recommendation to update some of the metrics or projects as we move forward towards the sunset of this program. So that concludes the presentation, and I'd like to thank the commission and the mayor and city manager for the continued support of the commission. A lot of great things have been done through this body, and I think the future in this program looks very good for some of the things we're trying to do for the city. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your service and leadership. Really appreciate it. I'll start, City Manager, I'm sorry.
Can we get to the second part? on the
Oh,
mobility
before we
section?
ask questions?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
So building on the information regarding Vital Streets, we'll round out the topic of mobility throughout the city here. So just a quick reminder that while the street network is very important, we have multiple users of the street, and we continue to define objectives around mobility in Grand Rapids to think broadly about users, about safety, and about options, as well as meeting some of our climate objectives. I want to do a quick overview of the $100.3 million total investment that is assigned to this priority and strategic outcome area. So first, we are continuing our level of investment to be able to provide some of the key additional mobility options, e-scooters and bikes, and some of our other equitable and access opportunities. So we continue to invest in those issues as well as cleanliness, and we'll be talking in more detail about those services at later slides. We also are making some enhanced investments. I'm going to shout out here particularly around Dash operations. You likely saw the announcement earlier this week that the route changes that were described earlier this year are now unveiled, and we continue to work with our partner, The Rapid, to be able to staff up to get to our ultimate scheduled desires there, and our fiscal year 24 investment reflects that. In addition, just some capital investments here. Obviously, you just heard a lot about the capital investments in our streets, and these are some additional investments that, again, are addressing pedestrian bicycle safety and a number of other supports for those multimodal options. So we have some continued investments in the Dash. In particular, I want to flag, because it relates to also some of your climate change objectives, that we continue to change that fleet out to CNG. At the same time, we are also changing the look and feel of those coaches. So that'll be a multi-year effort. But as we acquire new coaches for the Dash, there'll be more of a trolley-like feel to those as well. We continue to invest as well in our trail network. So at the end of this slide, you see a number of investments that are included in this budget that really are focused on leveraging the Greenway grant that came through state ARPA funds to our partners at downtown Grand Rapids. And we are reflecting in this proposed budget the city resources that are needed to leverage that investment and accelerate those projects to be able to comply with the ARPA timelines. So taking a little bit of a deeper dive into where we are focusing investment in fiscal year 2024, we continue on micromobility. So last year, if you recall, we went down to one vendor for our e-bike and e-scooter programs, and we continue to work with Lime in partnership to do a number of things, focusing here particularly on some of the work and investments in this budget to remove barriers to access, including cost, in some of our targeted neighborhoods of focus. So we have our Mobility Wallet program, which will be implemented in fiscal year 2024, likely, still the details being worked out, but likely to be in the form of credit options for folks to be able to access those kinds of mobility options. We are also implementing or starting to roll out in fiscal year 2024 the car share program. That's something that we have actually talked about in other budgets, but we will be rolling it out in fiscal year 2024. This investment for the first year of a 3-year pilot reflects the investment in electrical fleet and charging stations that are necessary to have that program proceed. We also continue to make some improvements in, again, where you can park and store and access your e-scooters. So now taking a little bit of a deeper dive into everyone's favorite topic, parking and parking rates. So a significant part of the Mobile GR portfolio is managing our parking assets. So we have both parking ramps and parking lots throughout the city. We recognize that those assets are a significant economic development tool, and always think very carefully in the budget process about how rates reflect that. So rates reflect our obligation to maintain those assets in a good and usable condition, meeting everybody's expectations. But rates also play a role in economic development for some of our downtown office users, for example. The parking ramps reflect benefits for tenants and restaurants downtown, and thinking about how rates influence those choices as well. So in the fiscal year 2024 budget, there is a proposed rate increase for event parking rates. And the details are on the slide there, which ramps. We remain under market from the under the private operators of event parking with these rate increases. We talked about this with the Mobile GR Commission, and their thought was that we, at the time, prior to this proposed rate increase, were well below what the private market was charging during events, and that the demand could bear some rate increases, which would help with our overall financial picture. So that is included in the budget. We did not include changes to monthly parking rates or daily on-street parking rates. There was a discussion of that, but again, recognizing that balance that I talked about at the beginning of the need to manage this asset responsibly, but understand the impact of rate increases, particularly on some of our office market and other users. We believe that's appropriate for a deeper dive in this coming year to prepare for a conversation in fiscal year 2025. So just sharing a little bit about the challenges that we anticipate teeing up and talking about through the Mobile GR Commission process in the coming months to inform fiscal year 2025. Just want to share a little bit of information about kind of how the state of the fund and the challenges of the asset that we'll be talking about with the Mobile GR Commission in developing recommendations about a longer-term rate strategy. So here you see some of our forecasted information about revenues and expenditures, particularly I want to draw your attention to the graph on the right. So like many operations throughout the city, parking was obviously impacted during the pandemic. And the graph on the right is demonstrating how that impacted our capital asset management approach during the pandemic. So prior to the pandemic, would say the sweet spot of capital expenditures on a yearly basis, understanding there's kind of fluctuation always, is in the $6 to $8 million range to keep that asset, to keep those assets in good working order. We obviously did not have the revenue during the pandemic to support that. We did use ARPA dollars in some years to replace that lost revenue, but you can see that we are not using ARPA revenue to replace that, and we're getting our capital expenditures back up closer to that dollar amount. But that then impacts, in this next slide, you see that impacts kind of where our fund balance remains as we try to wean ourselves from ARPA support and look back at our rates to manage all of these operating and capital expenditures. This 5-year outlook that's particularly reflected in these two graphs give us the reason that we want to dive deeper into this with the Mobile GR Commission in the coming years. So there will be more conversation about that as we proceed, but just to emphasize, this year's budget does not propose rate changes other than to event parking rates. I want to talk a little bit more also about our approach to operating the parking ramps and parking lots. We have had many discussions actually about this, more particularly in the Public Safety Commission, as we hear from the public concerns about both health and safety conditions in and around some of our parking ramps and parking lots. And that has really caused leadership at Mobile GR and our staff who have responsibility for maintaining these assets to really look at how we're doing that work. So we have made some changes, including a team approach to cleaning each of these facilities on a daily basis. We have security that is driving in and through these ramps, getting out, walking the stairwells multiple times a day, in order to ensure that we are addressing safety concerns as well as any public health issues that we see, that we can be able to clean up those as quickly as possible. We are also very robust in our approach to using cameras to enhance security and have staff that monitor those cameras. We have more than, I want to tell you, 200 cameras in our facilities, and we have staff that monitor those in order to help us maintain conditions in those ramps. All of that has been done without changes to the budget here for a significant period of time, or changes to the staffing level for a significant period of time. So the fiscal year 2024 budget will propose an addition of 2 staff to help in this area of cleaning, security, and surveillance. Finally, I want to flag traffic safety. No discussion of mobility would be complete, and you heard this through the Vital Streets conversation as well, if we didn't talk about our foundational consideration of safety. So safety of all users is really what the mobility system is built on. Calling your attention to just a couple more projects that are really pedestrian and bicycle safety focused here and included in the budget. And then finally, in addition to the parking rate horizon topic issue, which we just flagged for you, we continue to look at our ability to meet the demand for pedestrian safety increases. So that will be another thing that we'll be looking at a little bit more deeply in future conversations with the commission, as well as how we continue to maintain the traffic signal system. So as that system needs replacement and adaptation to new technology over time, what are our funding sources to maintain that and get the most efficiencies out of that system for moving people in and through the city? So more to come on that conversation. So with that, we'll turn it over to the mayor for questions on this segment.
Great, thank you. All right, so I'll start with a couple questions, and I'll turn to my colleagues. So one, I have to tell you on, let's see what slide, the 5th slide, seeing those visuals took me back to 2013. So it's good to see that our current state is better than it was in 2013. But I have a question. In looking at the chart, you know, still having 38, 39% of our roads in poor condition, I'm curious, what would it take to get to 100% of fair and good and to address all of the streets in poor condition? Has there been a conversation about that?
I don't have an answer readily. I could communicate that through the city manager. I know in the past we've been asked about what would it take to get to 85%, I believe was a question that was asked previously, which we could address. I will tell you, given the degradation rate of streets, we will never be at 100% good and fair, right? There will always be streets that are failing, moving towards poor condition that require investment. So I do know that the city manager has the same questions and concerns regarding just how good could we be, what would be the level of investment. But I think that would require me to follow up to give you good information.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Even if, it would be helpful to know what would it take to get 85%, and then what is the amount we need for ongoing maintenance to not only address the remaining 15% in poor condition, but for ongoing maintenance to keep our streets in good and fair condition.
Mayor, if I could also add, when discussing our goals on street maintenance, we wanted to look at both state and national standards, and you know, optimistically having the perfect city with the perfect streets at 100% well maintained. But I asked for the state benchmark, and I think our goal of 70% is above that, and looking for the same comparative regionally, because I think the maintenance level in the Midwest specifically with the inclement weather conditions would be different than other parts of the country. And so when we come back with that information, I'd like to look at the comparison, both statewide, regionally, and nationally.
Okay, thanks. So I'll ask the rest of the questions and I'll let y'all respond. So there's a lot of federal funds right now for infrastructure. I'm curious, are we aggressively going after those funds, and would those funds be able to help us accelerate some of our current projects? Do you want me to ask all the questions or one by one?
No, go right.
Okay, my question after that about federal funds is, do we have the total number of bicycle lanes throughout the city? Not just the ones that we've added, but I'm curious what our total is. Sounds like Josh might have that answer. And then my last question, and Josh, this may be a Mr. Naramore question as well. I'm glad to see that we're looking at moving forward with the car share, and that there's funding in the budget to do that, but I'm curious on what is the vision and how that will roll out? So those are my questions, then I'll turn to my colleagues.
Let me start with federal funds. Yes, we are aggressively pursuing federal funds. We work through our MPO. A lot of monies are being sent through DOTs, Departments of Transportation, so that is a line that is very active that we're a part of. We also look for other opportunities related to stormwater, pedestrian safety, and multimodal design. So we are looking for opportunities, I know, across the city and applying for grants where we feel like we have a project that would compete.
Okay, great, thanks.
And Ms. Farrick, do you have anything to add in terms of our efforts to aggressively pursue federal funding?
And not just the earmarks, I'm more interested in the grants that have been allocated already.
There we go. So we have put together a tracking system that we are rolling out to staff right now just to stay on top of all of the grants that are starting to come down through the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Inflation Reduction Act, the numerous large pots of money that are bringing that extra inflow of really federal dollars primarily, either through the state or directly from the federal government. So we do have the ability to now track those when they're due and assign it to staff. And we just had our first meeting last week, actually, to sort of walk staff through how that system's going to work, just to make sure that we're not going to be missing any opportunities from these new pots of money.
And there's also a position in the budget specifically for grant specialists to help us not only with ARPA funding, but other grant opportunities.
Good, okay.
Mayor, the first question about the bike lanes, we can get you the total number. We actually report during the mid-year and the city strategic plan performance metrics, what we do on an annual, and I don't have the figure in front of me, but we can add that to the report. We do regularly report out on them. We give you the total lane miles. If I get it in my chat before the end of the briefing, I can bring it up now.
And Josh, what might be nice, just to give people some perspective, is to do like a 10-year look at how many bike lanes. I remember, like 10 years ago, we only had like 2 miles of bike lanes or something. We've made so much progress, and I just think sometimes we don't appreciate that unless we have a good sense of the history as well.
Yes, and I can definitely work on that. We can send that as a follow-up item.
Okay.
The second question about the car share program, that's been probably my big project in my entirety of my career at the city, and trying to push on a lot of the different levels at the state and the federal level. Because at the end of the day, we've tried for sort of a private sector solution, and it just doesn't exist because a market like Grand Rapids is not at the high enough level, and then the pandemic really eviscerated most of the private car share market. So we've been following the lead of many different cities, and probably the best examples are Rochester, New York, Buffalo, Minneapolis, the Twin Cities. They've all launched very successful different models of like a nonprofit or a city municipal partnership for a neighborhood-based electrified car share program. We are actually working with the partner mobility development operators that has launched all of those programs. We have them on contract with the city. We're doing the business plan and the feasibility study, and then starting this spring and into the summer, we're actually going to do a lot more on-the-ground outreach within the neighborhoods to identify the specific locations. And then we're also pursuing some grant funding to help support the electric car charging stations. So then the plan is, once we get that done in the next probably 3 months, we will actually be looking on the procurement of the vehicles, how much, when, where they're going to go, how we start in the neighborhoods of focus, particularly in around MLK Park, and then in the Burton Heights area, and then how we would go to other neighborhoods as well as to the downtown location over a period of 3 years and what the growth strategy is. So we have experts that are actually doing that with us, and then we're constantly telling the state, and we're leading by example in how we're doing that in Michigan. Just with all the great automotive partnerships, we're hoping that some additional support is going to come down. But our plan is we'd hopefully roll this out early in calendar year 2024, and that is all dependent on when the vehicles are available. And we're pretty optimistic about that, and then the charging infrastructure is where we're pushing on that. And that'll be open for anybody to be able to use, but we're starting intentionally in the neighborhoods of focus, and we're very excited to finally be to the point where we are today.
That's great. Thank you. All right, I'll start down here. Commissioner O'Connor?
Thank you, Mayor. The e-bikes and scooters, has there been any talk of expanding the boundaries in which those services are available in the city? Just looking at the map, and I mean, I know it was a piloted region to start, and obviously we've landed on a provider, but
Yes, sir. We did actually expand the boundary when we committed to the full vendor.
Okay.
So beyond the pilot boundary. So if there are areas that are still missed, but it is, we worked with the vendor based on the feedback that we'd received during the pilot to make some expansions. So if there are gaps in the service area, we can evaluate those at any time to be able to make changes to that.
maybe I'm just not seeing the correct map on the website. I think I only see the pilot map on the city's website, so maybe there's another map that shows different boundaries.
I can work on updating that piece
Cool.
of it.
Thank you. And then other question, just as it relates to parking, which event parking, totally in support of raising event parking. I mean, I think, clearly there's a private market that's set a rate, and if we're under that, it seems like we're leaving money on the table. And especially looking at even the private market rates, I think of other places I've been, other communities to go to an event, we seem to be very much on the low side of what it costs to park for an event. So I guess that relates though back to the bigger picture. When you do the monthly, you provide some more of that additional information about potential revenue, looking at monthly parking rates in the private ramps, and how do we compare with those? I think about parking as an economic development tool, especially in the changing environment of Grand Rapids, and people are working from home now, which we continue to talk about, and some of the how do we continue to incentivize people to want to invest in the core part of the city where parking expense isn't necessarily something that businesses have to think about in the the neighborhoods or the suburbs. And so is there a potential of offsetting some of the monthly parking rates to make it a more attractive opportunity to be back to continue to invest in downtown office as that market continues to soften across the country? Like are there ways we can think about parking as an economic development tool and have that offset by some one-time parking, which still seems on the low side?
Well, I was going to say, I think that's really what we've done during the pandemic, especially to not have an increase for the monthly parking rates, and maybe even some other incentives Mr. Naramore can share. But I think we were talking about this recently, and it's been at least 7 years or so since we had an increase in monthly parking. And at some point, what we will have to talk about is how we balance asset management strategy, and even the positions that were highlighted by Ms. Behrens, the 2 parking attendants to help with cleanliness and sanitary conditions are not in the, we'll have to come back and amend the budget to add those. So it's a matter of how sustainable it is. But I do agree, at least for short-term recovery, we should continue to do everything we can to get businesses as close as possible in terms of the returning back down to some of the office locations.
Yes, and Commissioner, just so you know, as we actually did a presentation at the city manager's request to the Mobile GR Commission at their March meeting, and we can share that, and we actually did a comprehensive analysis and showed the comparison of all the different rates that we have for parking and how we compare both here locally against private operators as well as our other benchmark cities in the state of Michigan and also regionally. And we can share that out as an informational item just so you have it. And that plans to be the basis of the rate study recommendation evaluation process that we'll be undergoing later this fall, is to make sure we're always under the private and not exceeding that, both locally as well as within the state and regionally within the Midwest.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, other questions or comments? We'll go Commissioner Isasi, and then Commissioner Perdue, and then Commissioner Robbins.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation today. I just have a couple of questions too. I think around, again, this was probably also things that we did in the pandemic around access to the micro mobility, where we worked with different organizations, I think, to directly fund them. So we kind of knew who that client base was, for lack of a better word, or that resident base was, based upon who we were serving. So is that something that we'll be able to track now that we're gonna, it looks like with this new mobility pass, it'll be something that we have more ownership of in terms of the equitable, equity-based transportation pass? So I'd just be curious to just see how we continue to track that, knowing that it's gonna be something that we own versus different organizations. I think it was like Urban League and Hispanic Center and some others, right? Okay.
Yes.
Getting a head nod, thank you.
Yeah, well, the big, but probably the best partnership we had out of that was the NAACP.
Okay.
That which we did not know about previous to that, and the great transportation partner. We plan to model off of the success from that previous program, which was the Spin Community Pass, which was the previous vendor. Using the success of that, but instead of having it being administered by both, by the nonprofits, is trying to make that by the vendor themselves. That's why it's taken a little bit more time to get them comfortable for how they can vet folks and how they can get credits, and organizations can bring them to them, so the burden isn't on the nonprofit.
Okay, all right, that's great. And I don't know, we talked a lot about kind of the investment we've had in like the pay it system, and obviously people are going there for, if they have to pay a ticket or anything like that. Would that be integrated at all in that way that people could kind of see like a wallet, or is that something separate?
Really great question. We've been very supportive, so there are two different efforts that are undergoing. So here regionally, the Rapid has, their Transit Pass program. They are going to be, it'll be announced soon, hopefully receiving a grant for doing a mobility pass and wallet program with some vendors for the paratransit services, as well as targeting at veterans, and then also maybe expanding that to some neighborhood access. Then the state is actually working on a whole statewide thing for what's known as mobility as a service, which would allow you to have one unified platform to pay for multiple services. That's what we're trying to focus on, both of those efforts, and following behind those, because as a city, it's easier if there's a larger entity that's going at that for economies of scale.
Thank you. I had the question too about the mayor, about the electric car share, just seeing how it ties in with micromobility, I think communication, how does it fit in, transportation on demand. We talked about that a lot with employers. I know you've been very, active in that. So thanks for that update, Josh. The sidewalk snow assist, I think Mr. Gorney is in the back. I shared one of my neighborhood associations had some concerns about the services this year. I don't know if we've had that, if that's, sometimes it's an anecdotal comment, but it would be good to know what has been either, the positives or concerns with the removal. Obviously, there's a timing perspective as well, which we know just for snow removal across the city. So I don't need that answer right now, but a follow-up to that would be great. On slide 25, around the mobility capital investments, I think when we look at some of these pieces, we talked about this before too, is, to your point, Mayor, if there's any other grant funding or if there's ARPA dollars or anything that we need to consider in terms of timeline, that would be helpful to understand. I think we heard some of that in the last presentation, and even we heard some of that with the presentation today about Monroe North Tifa. And then, so that's more of a comment. And then I think my last question, I agree too on the event parking rate. I mean, I think, I appreciate that information. Probably all of us get regular comments and concerns about, navigating, and, you never want to say, well, when I go here, it's very different. But I think, our signage, and it's very clear what people are going to pay. I absolutely support that as well. And then lastly, I think on slide 30, I just want to say thank you to your entire staff, kind of taking on, like many departments in the city, taking on duties that maybe weren't necessarily part of mobility, as it relates to overall feelings of safety, overall feelings of cleanliness. I think when we pair that with the wayfinding that we heard Mr. Kelly talk about, I feel very comfortable going into our city parking lots, knowing that information. And so it's very clear that we've made a lot of investment into making sure that everybody's experience from where they go eat, where they go have some entertainment, into where they park. Hopefully they choose one of our sites, that it's going to be managed well. I know one time was waiting to get out after a concert, and the person in front of me just could not get out, and the staff member that was on the other line was very patient and able to connect with them, and, frustrated, but I think, again, we have entertainment down here, we have things going on. It's going to be busier. It's not going to doesn't take us just 10 minutes. Like I used to tell my husband, anywhere in Grand Rapids takes you 10 minutes. So I just want to say thank you, and to all the team members who have picked that up, because that probably wasn't something that was initially determined. And I'm just glad to see that continued investment in our overall safety in our city. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Purdue?
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for your thoughtfulness and your preparation. I learned some new things and some new terms today, too, around roads, so thank you. A few questions starting earlier in the presentations, vital streets, investments by ward. So I appreciate the commitment to balance those investments between wards, and am interested if that balance actually matches need. So by the end of the projects through fiscal year 2028, investment will be about exactly almost the same. So does that match the data around which roads need the most love and care and
So the balance with which roads to invest in is challenging. So one of the things we run into is a road that is in fair condition, that has recently fell to poor condition, lets us mill and resurface and restore that road. We do have some roads that are in poor condition or have failed. Failed usually means you have a big enough pothole you can see dirt, right? So that's usually an indication. And our Public Works Department does a fantastic job of going out, filling those potholes, overlaying that road, stabilizing it to kind of defer investment. So when you're investing with an asset management program, you have a limited number of streets you can reconstruct because it's a high dollar value, and then you're maximizing what you can mill and resurface and get a longer life out of, hopefully at least 10 or 15 years. And then we have other roads that we are stabilizing, is what I would say, high maintenance. So I think a lot of times when we're addressing need, we're looking at roads that are in poor condition, where we have safety concerns. 311 is a critical partner where our community is sharing that with us because they see what's happening on their street in their neighborhood. And Public Works is very responsive to go out and to make sure that those roads are repaired and safe for use.
So am I hearing that you prioritize those that are poor in terms of where you invest first?
We actually prioritize with fair because we can bring them back to good condition with a low level of investment.
So how does that look if you look across the city? I'm just curious about what's the balance between wards. So again, balancing the investment is good, but considering the need is I would say even more important. So does the need across the city by ward really match kind of that ward by ward investment?
When Vital Streets was approved, it was very intentional with the commission to approve that there would be balance and distribution in the financial investment between all three wards. That was actually the direction that we were given and the Vital Streets plan that we were asked to implement. So I do understand the question that you're asking, but at the same time, balance and distribution was an intentional wording at the commission level when this was approved, that there would be equal investment between wards. And I do agree with you, we focus on neighborhoods of focus. There are certainly areas of the city where we see a greater need, where there's more challenges with the streets and investment that could be made. We do try to balance and distribute not only between wards, but I know we also look at different precincts. Like we try to get down to the precinct level. We try not to, concentrate in one area of the wards, and we try to balance investment across all three wards.
Yeah. And Commissioner, I'll add to that only because I worked on that campaign when we passed the millage for the streets. And when we were campaigning for the millage increase for streets and sidewalks, that was some of the really strong feedback that we heard from the entire community and the members who served on that millage campaign.
Yep. Understood. Thank you for that context, and appreciate the following through on commitments. Would also still like to see how that data does compare. Where does need fall by ward? So understand that the commitments have been made, but we'll also like to see where that need lies.
Okay.
Thank you. Kind of moving along to some of the completed projects. So the idea of maintenance costs came up earlier. So I'm looking at slide 13 where we're looking at Collindale. And so we have, you have to excuse me, I don't know the technical term, the little island in the middle with, what do you call that?
We call it a median.
The median. I should know that. That's like Streets 101. So for those medians that have shrubbery and flowers, when we create those instead of just having the pavement, just curious, like, So over time, is that more maintenance, less maintenance because it's landscaping versus street? Any insight on that?
You know what? I don't have numbers to substantiate that. Let me give you a qualitative answer because I don't have a quantitative answer. When I hardscape, right? When everything is hard and concrete, it sends a different message regarding the use of the street than when I actually invest in green infrastructure, trees, work towards our Green Grand Rapids canopy goal, add, grasses, shrubs. It really sets the tone of the street. It also allows us opportunities for green infrastructure. It is a different type of maintenance. So with the addition of medians and bioswales, we definitely have had to work with Public Works about how do we maintain this new asset. I know there's always concerns around maintenance. There's always room for feedback and growth and improvement, and we welcome that feedback. Our Public Works Department has maintained streets for years. They do an exceptional job at it. They have a crew and the equipment, right? And they're very good at that. So it is a different type of asset, a different type of maintenance. And sometimes it's challenging. Cars versus tree, the car almost always wins. So that can certainly be a challenge. But we try to really look at the holistic picture of the investment.
Okay. So not sure of kind of actual cost, but thinking kind of big picture of what that means for the feel. That's helpful. So with the completed project on Fuller, so I have heard and experienced a lot of concerns about the roundabout there. It looks great, to your point around what that means for the look and feel of a street, but has been hard to see. I mean, buses roll over it. It seems too big for the space. Cars roll over. It's really hard to see at night, to the point where now there's just like a cone in the middle of it so folks can see it as they come upon it, which seems to defeat the purpose of the investment. So curious, A, if you have heard some of that feedback as well, and B, what do we do when we're here? We made this major investments. It seems to not be as great as we anticipated. What is the path forward? And I worry about the long-term cost too when you have buses rolling over it several times a day, cars, so on and so forth.
Yeah, so let me take this in stages and let me know if I missed something. We designed the roundabouts to be mountable because buses and trucks are large. They'll have a hard time making that turn and they are going to roll over it. So it is designed to manage that. Two, the speed limit along Fuller, I believe, is 30 miles per hour. And at 30 miles per hour, per our traffic safety studies, we should not have a visibility problem, right? And the reason the roundabouts went in is we had a noted speeding issue through that neighborhood that we were trying to address, right? But behavior is very hard to change. And the orange cone in the middle is not ideal, but it was an immediate solution to call attention and help educate and drive a change to behavior. Right, so trying to, as soon as we had concerns with cars not seeing it, driving over it, ramping over it, right, we of course took those seriously, worked with our traffic safety people, intentionally used orange construction-related materials because that has an understanding with people. It's familiar. They understand, right, there's something here, there's construction, you need to slow down. Trying to get people to slow down to drive that change to behavior. So when we get feedback, we do take action on it. Sometimes we have to go in and rethink and reevaluate designs. But we also find that people have challenges with any changes to our traffic safety. And I say this, Josh Niremore's team is a great supporter. So if he ever shakes his head no, we'll go to Josh next. But it can be really hard to drive change. So usually we're very interested in reevaluating after a year, right? Taking interim measures, calling things out in that first year. But after a year, right, we are always open to go back in and look. And we are also always open to reevaluating our design if we see a concern.
Mayor, if I could add, the design feedback that Commissioner Perdue is offering on certain streets in her ward is consistent with feedback I've heard in other awards.
About roundabouts.
About roundabouts specifically. And it being also traffic calming, but also making sure that the design is visible enough to deter people running over our investment. And I'm wondering, as we design our green infrastructure, it may add more cost, but the height of the trees and shrubbery, if we can look at making sure that they're taller than the vehicles themselves, so it's easily seen by vehicles, and I don't know how much cost that adds to the projects, but perhaps those are things that we should look at both in the current design as well as future to make sure the shrubbery is big enough and durable enough to deter vehicles.
Yeah, it would be interesting. I'm with you. I hear complaints about the roundabouts all the time. Far more than the medians. I feel like when we do the medians and additional crosswalks, I tend to get a lot of positive feedback about those. Roundabouts, pretty much consistently, I get complaints.
Yeah, good to know that it's not just a good or bad, I don't know, not an isolated issue. And, you spoke a lot about how the environment feels, and seeing a new investment look so beat up so soon, and seeing a cone as a solution doesn't feel like things are as thought out as it could have been. And that, I think, is a shared sentiment throughout the third ward of, is there less effort here because of who lives here, the history here, the social economic makeup of the community, so on and so forth. And I've had to, and I don't think that is always the case. And I've had to kind of assure neighbors that, these are standard protocols, so on and so forth. But it is a real reality when we think about perception and community and culture. So I wanted to bring it to our attention, and good to know. One, I didn't realize the mountability was purposeful, so that's really interesting. But would appreciate after the year when we relook at those investments, I would like to hear more about kind of what the plan will be for some of those roundabouts. So thank you for a conversation on that. A few other pieces. So the electric car share pilot program we talked about a little bit. I was not at the table, obviously, when this was initiated. Curious about the target audience for this car share program. Is it those who don't have cars and need another alternative? Is it for, I'm having a hard time understanding kind of the use case here.
It's both. So it's low car ownership, need an extra vehicle, don't have access to one. It's all of the above. That's what we're currently in the process right now for the business plan and the feasibility. Also, a piece of that will be making sure, just like what we're doing with intentionality, is cost. Can you pay the full cost? Can you not? How do we subsidize that? What does the rate structuring look like that? That's what we're doing right now, so that as we launch something like that, then the biggest thing that we're trying to do, and this is coming out of a lot of the community collaboration for climate change and a lot of the conversations about that, is where and when are we doing that, and who's being exposed to electric vehicles? For most residents in our community, many of us in this room, it's very difficult to actually purchase an electric vehicle currently. This gives us an opportunity to make them more accessible to everyone, and thinking about them in the areas that have historically dealt with bigger air quality issues, where there's a project that's going on outside of this to look at air quality throughout the city, particularly in the third ward and the neighborhoods of focus. So right now, I can't answer all the detailed questions because we're actually developing it. We've just identified the 2 target areas, and I think a lot of that will be from customer feedback and some of the engagement sessions about some people may be interested in it, might not be. That's kind of where we are right now, and trying to figure out where we start, how many vehicles, what the rate structuring would be, what kind of pass programs we offer as part of that.
I participated in a car share program in DC, and it was, you pay a monthly, maybe, I don't know if it was a monthly membership, if it was more like fee-based for when you use it, but you go, you find it, you get the keys, you get in, you do your shopping, you run your errands, and then you can park it wherever and let the next person do it. Almost similar to the scooters, but probably a little bit more expansive. Is that a similar type of model?
It more than likely will be. So there's the free-floating car share programs, which you can leave them wherever you want them to be, much like the micromobility program. It's probably not going to be that. It'll be more like the Zipcar model, which is the one that's probably most prevalent, which is like a home-based trip. So wherever you rent the vehicle from, you return it back to that same location where it is, because in this case, that's where the charging infrastructure will be located.
Oh, yeah, the EV. Okay. All right, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Commissioner O'Connor, Did you want to follow up on anything, and then I'll go over here to Commissioner Robbins and then Commissioner Moody?
No, and I just wanted to share with Commissioner Perdue the roundabout question is, you brought up Collindale, that was something we worked on for the last couple of years. And, yeah, it's great. I mean, it's a beautiful street. The roundabout has been a frustration because of the way it was designed, so it's not it's not a unique problem to what you're dealing with.
Solidarity.
Yeah, I think we could actually come up with a list of roundabouts in every ward and compare complaints.
Roundabouts
They'd be similar.
might be more controversial than parking or EV scooters.
Yeah. Yeah. Uniter. All right, Commissioner Robbins and then Commissioner Moody.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just two quick questions. So one, bouncing back to the Vital Streets program, and I know Commissioner Perdue asked a little bit about the landscaping, but curious, sometimes I'll get feedback about, a bunch of greenery being put in, and it's awesome. I'm a huge fan personally. Say a tree dies, who does that fall on? Does that go back to Vital Streets financing to then, I guess, reassess those, or what's the timing of how often we go back and look at specifically the green stuff as opposed to just the streets?
Immediately after construction, we have a warranty. So within the first year, and those are replaced by the contractor. After that, it falls to our urban forestry department.
Okay, thank you. Secondly, with the micromobility, Mr. Nairmore, I think you mentioned within the existing boundaries, maybe some ongoing conversations about expanding the launch and drop-off zones. I know that's one thing that I've also heard feedback too is, especially kind of on the outskirts area, sometimes someone will ride a scooter or a bike out there and find that they can't actually park it there because I don't know if there's too many or something, but it kind of just defeats the purpose because then they have to walk back a half mile, drop it off, and then go. So I guess how would we initiate conversations, or who would go about initiating conversations to assess kind of like maybe from a resident's perspective, an area where they could increase utilization or parking capacity or things like that?
The best way is any resident can call us at 311 or email us at mobilegr@grcity.us. We're always evaluating those for designated parking zones, for if it's over capacity, if they're not feeling they're getting a good response from Lime the vendor, if they don't feel like they're adhering to the property, or if the vendor is seeing a scooter that's covered and saturated in mud in a high track location, so if we can get those off the street. So that's the best way we can do it. Then the second one is just as a quick follow-up is I just found out that the link on the website is going to the wrong map. So we're fixing that right now. So thank you, Commissioner O'Connor, for doing that. So with the expanded service area, if there are gaps in the existing service area, same way for us to do that, and then we can work with the vendor to be able to do that. We've set some narrow parameters, and we tried to do a pretty big evaluation both during the bicycle action plan, and we did a bike share feasibility study back in 2017. We identified all the different areas, and then we took feedback constantly throughout the pilot program for a little over a year and a half. And we added all of those areas, including a greater expansion into the further northeast region of the city, as well as covering further south around Alger Heights, and then some other west side locations based on the feedback we had from the pilot project. So that's the benefit of the relationship we have, is it's very flexible. And since we're not a fixed asset system and we're just painting markings and we're demarcating those zones, we have the flexibility to make changes pretty quickly based on rider feedback, resident feedback, business feedback, as well as from the vendor.
Got it. Thank you. I think most of my other questions have been covered, so I'll defer.
Thanks, and I'll add about the trees for construction projects. I know I've gotten calls sometimes about trees that have died or not made it after the construction. One thing I just remind folks about is that tree planting season is spring and fall. So if they call in July, which is usually when you notice that a tree is dead, it likely is not going to be replaced until the fall. So sometimes just managing expectations about when we'll be out there to take care of it is helpful. Yeah. Commissioner Moody?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I thank my colleague for bringing up the roundabouts, Commissioner Perdue, because that was a question I was going to ask. But I think one of the concerns that I have is that are the roundabouts measured differently, determined on the intersections in which they are produced in?
When you say measure differently, do you mean the size of the roundabout, the physical size?
Yes.
Yes, they are. And so some tighter constrained streets will have smaller roundabouts, right? And we don't have the luxury of being out in a rural area where you get those big, beautiful, nice roundabouts you see when you Google.
No, I just wanted to know because, like she said earlier, Fuller Street is a problem between Fuller and Fisk, and that's a pretty large roundabout. And as I drive in other areas, I see them smaller and mid-sized. So I was just wondering, if it's determined on the intersection, and you kind of answered that question, that is determined on the intersection, but the measurements in some intersections could be a little bit off, don't you think?
I would say if you have an intersection that you drive through and have concerns about, let us know. Call 311, let us know. We can look at that. But also reminding that we want side streets to be able to pull out. So we want you going about 10 miles an hour through a roundabout. So if it feels small and that you have to go slow, then it's probably designed properly.
Well, I think that instead of me calling it 311, this is 311 right here.
City manager wants me to move things along, but
Mayor, what we'll do, we'll come back and we'll have a session on roundabout design specifically.
it's a very good question. Come to my neighborhood, Commissioner Moody. There's a fake one up right now, and it gets hit, I think, almost every week.
Yeah, but Fisk and Fuller is too large.
Yeah, I am going to invite you to my neighborhood in Fulton Heights. Commissioner Knight, and then we'll finish up this section and we'll go to the next section.
Thank you all for your hard work. I was recently in France, and you would hate to see what they have to slow you down. So we're actually doing pretty good. I'm not taking away from anybody, I'm just saying. A lot of my questions have been answered through this, but I did have one question. I think it's slide 25 when you're talking about the capital investments, 1.29 million in traffic safety and signal projects. And after having some of the meetings with the business associations, wondering if some of the money that they have identified to utilize in changing some traffic signals or getting new traffic signals installed in those areas, if some of that money that they have in their budget can go towards something else, if this money is going to help do some of that work.
That's a really great question. We work with each of the corridor improvement authorities on sort of like what their priority lists and how they align. Many of the ones and all the projects, there's a detailed listing. We are trying to work to apply for federal grants that the cycle is usually like we've already applied for them or they've already told us based on the criteria. So it's data driven for a lot of the pedestrian crossings or the new signals. But yes, if we can find an overlap with that, we'd be happy to partner on that. I will just say that the average new traffic signal costs between $250,000 and $300,000. So each year we are usually trying to squeeze in one or two. That continues to be an issue in the city. And then we're also not just the city, we also manage for all of Kent County except for Wyoming and portions of Ottawa County as well. The city forces are out regionally to do that.
Gotcha. I think the other question that I had when we were talking about mobility to parking revenue and expenses on 28, it's interesting because he said typically the income was between 6 million and 8 million. In 2018, it was up at 8.6. And then, of course, we had the pandemic and now we're back at 6 million. I was just curious to know what was going on at that time that the revenue was higher at the 8.6 and seeing as, we've moved forward, obviously there wasn't an increase then. What will it take for us to get back to that point and maybe think about whatever was going on then that we may not have to increase so much, but just a thought.
A really great question, Commissioner. Back at that time, it was we bought multiple compressed natural gas dash vehicles that fiscal year, as well as we had we do a rolling, every year we do parking structure asset management, then the following year we do surface parking lot asset management. So we're always on a rolling, that was a heavy asset management investment year because we were trying to, they do their report, then the following fiscal year you have to add $3 million or X amount. Like in this year, we have $3 million in asset management. So that was a heavy asset management year and purchasing of dash vehicles.
Yeah, great question. And, it makes me think, City Manager, maybe after we get through the budget and throughout the rest of this year, we should bring back some of our community partners to give brief 15, 20-minute updates to the full commission, and the rapid would probably be a good one. So, final question, and then I'm going to move us on. Sorry, City Manager. Down here, Commissioner Isasi, then Purdue, and then we'll move on to the next section.
Thank you, Mayor. I felt like I would be remiss if we didn't talk about the traffic safety piece. I think we have heard that consistently about speeding, pedestrian safety, near misses, individuals who have unfortunately been hit and injured and in some cases, have lost their lives. So I think, I feel very comfortable saying that's a priority, I think, around this table. Thank you, Mr. Naramore, for you and your team for responding to these pieces when we get them. But I also think that there is an opportunity to do some positive campaigning about the individual responsibility that we all have going through intersections as pedestrians, because we've had a couple, kind of following up on a couple of the instances you've been able to share with me, whether it might have been somebody speeding or intoxicated, or maybe somebody who wasn't making a great choice about how they were interacting with the intersection. So if we can kind of look for, maybe we're great at campaigns. We have a great communication staff to just remind people. Obviously, it's state law, and we have that on the signs. But just some further communication about the responsibility we all have to keep each other safe.
Yeah, great point. Commissioner Perdue?
And mine is just a note. So I know, Mr. Naramore, you were going to get back to us about the bike lanes. We've been hearing some comments recently with some of the safety concerns around bike lanes and folks getting hit. And so just curious if there's any new measures in place around that. You can send that as a follow-up. It's easier.
Very quickly, the note is 121 miles of bike
good.
lanes currently. That's the total of all of them. And we really started that program aggressively in about 2014, 2015, during that fiscal year. So Commissioner Perdue, the big push right now is, you'll see there's a capital investment that is currently listed in here, which is a substantial, it's a $1 million investment in a neighborhood greenway that's focused on Griggs Street, which is basically from the eastern city limits, getting as close to 131 to the existing. That's a demonstration project for us, which is really to make an investment in a non-major street to do traffic calming, signage. It's a lower volume neighborhood street, and really emphasizing that to make it more accessible for people to bike, and then focusing investments on making better crossings of the major streets, so that for pedestrians, for cyclists, for people who live in the neighborhood, it will be, so that's a demonstration project, and the plan is to do more of those to give us a balance in what we have. People feel comfortable riding in bike lanes. Can we continue to have those? How do we develop separated facilities? Assistant City Engineer Irving brought up the Turner Avenue project, which is another big demonstration project for us that's going to be constructed this year. So how do we balance all of those for the different users to be able to make sure that people have choice and that they feel safe, depending on how you want to navigate the system?
Yeah, thank you for saying that. And I think, Commissioner Perdue, also the investments we're making in the non-motorized trails as well. I know folks often feel a lot safer on the non-motorized trails as well, and we're hoping to get a number that will connect to the third ward.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thanks. All right, with that, we will go to the next section on health and environment. City Manager, you want to tee this up, or do you want to?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Let's, in the essence of time, try to get through health and environment and stormwater, and then after which we'll take questions, and I think there's no need to discuss green infrastructure around roundabouts in this section. We sufficiently discussed it previously.
I am going to take a picture, though, and send it to everyone.
Okay.
We can all start sharing our pictures.
So we'll go straight through.
All right, Ms. Behrens, you going to get us started on this section? All right.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Matthews is going to take over in just a second, but just a reminder of the health and environment strategic plan priority focus areas, and we will organize the conversation around health and environment.
I figured if I stalled long enough, you'd do it for me. Okay. So, speaking on health and environment, you'll be happy to know that my 6-year-old wanted donuts this morning, and I had donuts, so I'm going to talk real fast. We're going to start with our strategic plan objectives, just as a reminder of what it is that we've committed to as an organization in terms of reducing carbon emissions, ensuring equitable access to green spaces, making sure that we're supplying excellent water, sewer, and stormwater services, minimizing waste generation within the community, and then promoting best practices in materials management. And then the last is making sure that we're collaborating with our partners in doing all of that work. So if we look at the continuity of services around climate change, we're continuing our work on what you may have heard of as the EH0 program. That's really moving our sustainability conversations into the built environment. So we have several different teams that are working in that space. One is working on single-family homes. But then we've also got a separate work group that's looking at commercial spaces. We know that buildings are our biggest challenge when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions, and we're trying to find some creative ways and solutions to that issue. We've also got additional investments you'll see here in terms of climate change. If we look at parks amenities, we're continuing to invest in ways that we can continue to increase the levels of service, the levels of quality that we have within our parks, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in our future investments as well. When we look at our other core services, you'll see our investments here in terms of recreation programming. A continued investment in our assistance fund, which I know was a big conversation earlier this year. Ways that we can continue to advance our multifamily recycling efforts, and that's something that we're also going to be talking about when we talk more about materials management, as well as education, engagement. You see here our continued investment when it comes to our lead hazard control program, as well as our partnership with Network 180. Now, the reason that this is here is, we know that our biggest challenge when it comes to managing our unhoused population, we have two big issues. One is the housing, but the other is the prevalence of mental health issues. And then our local revolving brownfield program, which you learned a little bit about here earlier today. Looking at our enhanced services, forestry just came up. One of the things that we want to get ahead of is getting all of our priority 1 and priority 2 trees taken care of, and we're taking a multi-year look at how we can invest ARPA funding to help advance that. So we've got a little over $1 million going into that program this year. One of the conversations that we had, Commissioner Robbins, is specifically around some of those investments that came through Vital Streets and how we can prioritize that as part of that program. One of the things that we talked about going into this budget year was getting to our 100% goal. The shortest distance is by purchasing renewable energy credits. That's something we've put in the budget this year. I do want to note, though, that is not our permanent long-term solution, and we recognize that. So we're continuing to work on our permanent options to be able to get to 100% reduction, but this gets us there in the short term while we work towards some of those other solutions. I mentioned the energy efficiency, greenhouse gas emissions investments, as well as a flood protection improvement study that we have coming through. When we look at parks and parks amenities, we're supporting the Friends of Grand Rapids Parks for a volunteer coordinator and to assist on tree care. And then other investments that we have in terms of enhanced services, you'll see that we're going to be looking towards how we best invest the settlement dollars that we got through the opioid settlement here locally. Additional PFAS sampling at the Water Resource Recovery Facility. 3 new staff positions to support the water department, as well as a new golf course manager. And one of the things that I wanted to note on the golf course manager is we're really trying to move the golf course to a business operations unit. And up until now, we've had one full-time equivalent that's been focused on the golf course, and most of that has been focused on maintenance. So this is going to give us the ability, through the funds that are generated through the golf course, to really start to focus on the golf course as an independent business unit within the Parks Department. And then you see here just about $400,000 in additional materials management support. We've had some conversations in terms of the clean community investments. We're going to continue to evaluate the best way to advance those non-collection related investments in making sure that we have a clean community. Those are the clean teams that we've talked about within the business corridors and a variety of other investments. So running through our capital investments, just a couple of highlights here, and then a little talk about philosophically the way that we're approaching some of this. You'll see the first one there is $3 million for infrastructure related to Butterworth. One of the key challenges that we've seen in advancing solar on Butterworth is the fact that in addition to any investment on the property itself, we've got about $3 million worth of investment that needs to be made to connect that solar to our primary circuit. So we've made the calculation that we want to go ahead and get ahead of that. We don't want that to be a blocker when we go out to RFP for proposers to come in on the project. We want to have that infrastructure already laid so that as soon as the project is complete, we'll be able to connect that to the primary circuit and realize the benefit of that investment. You'll see here several investments related to our flooding. That's flood wall investments. It's also taking a look at the longer-term projections in terms of our flood modeling and seeing what it is that we can do to get ahead of that as opposed to investing for right now and not thinking about 10, 15, 20, 50 years from now. You'll see investments in our lighting control system, additional green infrastructure investments, additional investments here in terms of low emissions or no emissions fleet vehicles. LED lighting, as well as additional water quality and daylighting projects at Riverside Park. Now this one, as we walk through parks and parks amenities, one of the things that I want to note, in our conversations preparing for the budget this year, Parks, when it comes to these big investments, has relied largely on a pay-as-you-go philosophy, which is you save up your parks millage over a period of time, and then when you've got the money, you can move a project forward. Knowing that we'd cleared some bond headspace this year, we had a conversation about how can we advance these projects on a more aggressive timeline, given that we also have ARPA funding that's out there. The mayor had mentioned we have additional infrastructure funding out there. So when you look at these investments, you'll see ARPA funding. We also have millage funding, but then we're also looking at how we can fill the gaps in these projects to get them moving by utilizing some of the bond capacity that we've realized over the last 18, 24 months. I won't go individually through our water and wastewater investments. I will cover some of the big ones. The top one here, you see $16 million to remediate PFAS at the Ash Lagoon. For those who are not familiar with the Ash Lagoon or what an Ash Lagoon is, years ago, the byproducts that came out of our wastewater treatment process were burned. And that ash was disposed of on the property. That has become problematic. We have PFAS issues on that site. We've got about 10 acres on one side of the property. And the Eagle has already let us know that that's something that we have to address. And we would rather make that investment and get it done while Eagle is asking us to do it as opposed to when Eagle is telling us to do it. Right, James? You'll see another big one here that's been a conversation for the last few years is the drainage at Knapp's Corner. We spend $400,000 to $500,000 a year trucking water out of that retention area each year. We've known that's an issue. We've worked with our partners at the county to come up with a solution, with the Drain Commission to come up with a solution. I'm happy to say that we've acquired the property to be able to do that, and we're going to start that project this year. So if we look at our horizon topics, number one, of course, is continuing to meet our reduction for municipal greenhouse gas emissions. We're continuing with our own energy efficiency projects. We talked about Butterworth. While Butterworth is a good landmark project, I do feel compelled to note that Butterworth moves the needle a fairly small percentage when it comes to our overall consumption of energy. But it is a positive movement, and we're starting to look at ways that we can utilize the additional capacity at Butterworth. So we consume about 2 to 3 megawatts
of power as a municipality, if you look at the daily rolling average. That site can produce about 16 and a half. So we're starting to think about how, when we go out to an RFP, we can keep that additional 13 megawatts of generation to benefit the city locally, as opposed to going onto the grid and conceptually benefiting the city on the end. So that's one of the reasons that we wanted to go out with an RFP as opposed to just getting it on the grid and getting it to market, is we want to find some ways that we might actually be able to connect here locally and have immediate benefits to the Grand Rapids community. If we look at our community-wide goals, so one of the things we talked about at mid-year was establishing a community-wide goal for greenhouse gas reduction, and that's something that our sustainability manager worked with an international organization to establish what that should be. That's where that 62.8% reduction goal comes from, and that's kind of the basis for a lot of the conversations that we're having through the EH0 program. I mentioned before our forestry sustainability. We know that we have a backlog of priority 1 and priority 2 trees. That's important both for the health of our natural environment, but it's also important for the safety of the people that use that natural environment. So we've made a priority to do that. We've put some additional investments in that area, and we're going to see if we can get that tackled over the next 2 to 3 years. Talked a little bit about the materials management strategy and the Clean Communities Initiative. That's going to happen in tandem with the operational evaluation and the rate study that we're doing right now. And we're going to take a step back and determine what's the best allocation of services and investments through the millage and through what our rates are to the users of those services. That's a conversation that we'll be bringing back to you. Incidentally, it also relates to the conversation you just had. One of the issues that we know we have that could help maintain our streets is taking as many heavy vehicles off of those streets as we can. And right now, the way that our materials management program works, it's effectively an open market, which means you could have 2, 3, 4 refuse vehicles driving down your road any given week for collection purposes. So that'll be part of that conversation as well. And then our continued investment in lead risk reduction. I'm going to mention the water system, but I also want to make sure that we talk about really the core issue, as you well know, here in Grand Rapids, isn't coming from the water, it's coming from the paint in the homes, and credit to community development and their team for their continued investments in that area. But looking specifically at the water system, the state lead action level right now is anything above 15 parts per billion. That's going to be reduced to 12 parts per billion in 2025. One of the things that we've noticed over the last few years is a gradual increase in our own testing levels. How that's done is we work with our customer base to get 50 homes where we know they have lead service lines to participate in a regular testing program so that we know what those levels are and if there are any things that we need to address. A couple of things have happened. One is there's been some changes in the sampling methodology. It used to be a first liter draw. Now we do a first liter draw. We let the water run for a while, and then we take a 5th liter draw. And that has the potential to impact what the final numbers are. The water department has taken a really close look at what are the potential causes of any kind of incremental increase in that area, and have been looking at, interestingly, some of the effects that the changes in climate may be having on that, which are increases in water temperature, which can lead to changes in the pH of the water, which can lead to a change in the effectiveness of the corrosion control protocols that we're using. So they're actually doing a pretty comprehensive corrosion control study out there at the water treatment plant. They've been doing that since 2018, testing different concentrations, mixtures, and types of chemicals to manage the corrosion as we see those changes in the water composition. One of the other things that they noted is when we looked at our last set of results in terms of water testing, 4 out of the 6 that tested above that 15 parts per billion level were notably low volume users. And if you're a low volume user, you're likely to have water sitting in your pipes longer. So they're looking at what are some of the source causes and some of the things that we can do to address that. They anticipate addressing 1,500 lead service lines this year. The actual number can be anywhere from 1,500 to 2,000. One of the things that they do is if one of those testing, volunteer testing homes comes out above 10 parts per billion, they go to the front of the line in terms of lead service line replacement. At that point, of course, we have to go back and we have to get another home to join that cohort. I mentioned the corrosion control study. Some of the things that they're doing on an ongoing basis is messaging to all new owners and tenants in Grand Rapids of the general risks of lead, encouraging filter use, and continuing to have proactive communication with folks. They've got a statewide partnership that's going to be expanding that campaign called Know Your Water. Just to build awareness, number one, we can't get to all of these lead service lines in the next year. It's going to be a multi-year, effectively a decades-long process or a decade-long process for us to be able to do that. But we're also not necessarily in control of the pipes that are in someone's home. Now, one of the things, there's an interesting confluence that came up here recently, and I wanted to note it to you all. We've got an opportunity to work in partnership with the state and with the county, not just on that Know Your Water campaign, but on getting filters into homes that might not be on this year's list or next year's list in terms of lead service line replacement. It intersects with what our ideas were on the investment from participatory budgeting. So we had $500,000 that was set aside to address lead and water in the 3rd Ward. In working with the water department, their suggestion was to make this investment in putting at least one in-sink filter in any of the homes that we have in the 3rd Ward that have been identified as having lead service lines that weren't going to be addressed in the next year. In talking with the state here last week, they have an interest in investing in that as well. They've noted the gradual increase in our testing levels and are willing to bring a fairly substantial number of filters to Grand Rapids for us to be able to use as part of this implementation and effectively take what was conceptually a 3rd Ward project, continue to prioritize the 3rd Ward in the way that we do it, but also expand that so that it covers all 3 wards. They mentioned to me that they've got 20,000 filters available, and I said, great, we'll take them. Now we just need to work through the logistics of exactly what that looks like. But I wanted to note that because that's a really good opportunity for us to work with our partners and really maximize the funds that we had available to do this program and help people feel safe as we work our way towards them in our lead service line replacement program. And then the last thing, of course, I mentioned here our other lead risk reduction programs. You all are going to have an additional discussion bringing back that rental lead paint inspection program this summer so that hopefully we can continue to advance our conversation when it comes to the primary lead risk that we know that we have in our homes. At this point, I'm going to hand it over to James Hurt. He's going to talk a little bit more about the materials management issues that we have ahead of us.
Good afternoon. I'm going to be real brief. I know we're really behind. There have been some questions and comments raised by Commission in the past about getting a briefing on materials management. We felt like this would be a good time to kind of tee this up, talk about some things that are in the operations, particularly for those newer commissioners that aren't real familiar with some of the programs we have and how the process works. So I'm just going to kind of walk through this. Just going backwards to give you a little history, Grand Rapids has been in the materials management business for well over 100 years, dating back to the late 1800s. We've got records showing we were collecting aluminum cans, we were collecting glass, we were collecting a number of things, and this has been going on, like I said, for over 100 years. If you see the picture down on the right-hand corner of this slide, at one time, we used to have employees that would go into the back doors of people's homes and grab these little barrels and take them out to this truck and empty their garbage for them. That's the kind of level of service that we've provided and continue to provide to this day. So I want to just give you a little bit of history on that. Talk a little bit about the programs. So pay-as-you-throw refuse program. So that's the trash. We offer 3 size carts, a 32, 64, and 96 gallon. We rolled out this program in 2012. Prior to that, we used to have trash services provided through a bag program. So it was really as a pay-as-you-throw through a bag program. We used to go through approximately 1.5 million bags a year. But as you can imagine, from an employee standpoint, getting in and out of the truck 500, 600 times a day to grab a bag and throw it in the truck and move on to the next house was very difficult. It was very challenging for our employees. We had a number of workers' compensation issues, lots of injuries, and it just seemed like there was a better way to do it. So we automated our truck system back in 2010 when we launched single stream recycling. So we've really kind of moved towards a cart program. So just talking a little bit about the trash program, it's an RFID technology program. So every cart has a tag in it, and the truck actually reads the cart when it tips it. And if you have money in your account for the trash side, it deducts it from your account right at that point. We know that the trash was collected. We can register it. We can take pictures with the truck. There's a number of things we can do with that technology. As I mentioned, we launched this in 2012, so the technology is beginning to be approaching 10, 11 years old. It's going to need to be replaced. We've done some replacements in the past, but we're going to be looking to do some upgrade on the equipment as it's reaching its end of life. On the pay it side of things, tip revenue continues to move forward in a positive way. It's supporting that cost of that service. Revenue continues to trend upward. When we do our surveys to the community, this is one of those that gets high marks, high customer satisfaction in that service that we offer. But as I think Doug talked a little bit about some of the greenhouse gas issues and street impacts, concerns about the sustainability of the current model. And then one thing I'll talk about here in a couple other slides is the impact of the Kent County Sustainable Business Park and what does that look like for our program. Moving over to recycling, we launched Single Stream back in 2010. Very, very popular with our residents. They love this program. There's about an 80% participation rate in recycling. But those costs have nearly doubled in 10 years, and we've not addressed that in terms of raising the millage. We've been able to absorb that within the fund. But that day is coming to an end and be able to absorb that cost. And we talked last year about a recycling education coordinator. This person's in place now, and we're going to be really trying to kick off some education campaign to address contamination that's in our recycling. When we talk about yard waste, the primary method we collect yard waste at the curb is through the compostable bags and the cart program. We do a lot of bags. They're city-issued bags. But that's the primary method for how we collect yard waste. We do have the free drop-off site out on Butterworth. The volumes that we're collecting out there, since we not only brought on the compost operator, but since we opened that site, have increased tremendously. Last year, we had approximately 45,000 yards that were, or 15 tons, however you want to approach that number, that were delivered to that site. Very active. If you've been out there, you'll see a lot of residents that are using it. They're very pleased with that service. I often hear from our city treasurer who tells me he loves that site. Very positive comments. But one of the issues we continue to struggle with is the distribution and the sale of these bags and cart tags. The bags that we offer in terms of yard waste have continually been declining over the years. We used to be in the 250 to 280,000 range in terms of how many we would sell, but we have more increases in carts. So people are transitioning away from the bags to the carts, but in terms of that, they're also bringing more to the site because it's a free drop-off. Organics, this is really one of the largest portions of our waste stream. estimated through the Kent County did a characterization study at the incinerator, and they found approximately 30 to 40% of the waste coming in is organics. In other words, food waste that's being disposed of. And we've talked a little bit about, having some sort of a organics collection, and we are working on putting together a pilot here in the near future. I just want to show your attention over to the right side. I always like looking at the history. This is how we used to collect yard waste, with a horse and trailer. So I said we've been doing this for a long time. And then the mayor, I know, I show these slides a lot because I think it's important. We've been in this business a long time, and I just appreciate the history. All right, I know one time I'm going to move on. Next slide, we talk about the proposed Clean Community Initiative. Doug mentioned that earlier. This would be a 0.2 increase in the millage. Right now, we're levying 1.6. This would move up to 1.8. Some of the things that would be included in that would be the corridor cleaning. We would be adding 3 additional employees. This would be Monday through Friday. We've already started that, even though this has not been improved in the budget, but we felt that it was important to address some of the cleaning initiatives downtown. If we did need to have something on a weekend, there was an event that was taking place, we would have the ability to call in folks to take care of that. The Clean Community Initiative also would be increasing the number of neighborhood cleanups, is how I like to refer to them. The neighborhood associations call them dumpster days. They would be up to 2 cleanups if that's what they wished. We've kind of been talking with the neighborhood associations on how do we roll this out and how do we get them more involved, because they've raised some questions in terms of the cleanups and the cleanliness in some of their neighborhoods. As Doug mentioned, the forestry enhancement and sustainability was also part of the Clean Community Initiative. Would be supporting the recycling cost increases, as I referenced earlier. That cost has doubled over the last 10 years. And then start looking at sustainable capital investments and some sort of a sinking fund for the equipment. In addition to that, we would be proposing a 6-month pilot for materials management products. We've heard a number of requests about having some of the products that we offer out in the community. Some of you may remember we used to sell some of these products at the fire stations. We discontinued that, and I'm not suggesting we look at bringing them back, but we would look at some sort of a partnership with the neighborhood associations for those who would be interested in doing that. And if you recall or saw in the news recently, the city of Detroit tried to partner with MDOT to do some work on some of their freeways. We've attempted to work with our local MDOT folks and Kent County Road Commission. They are doing some additional work, but these 3 additional employees will be able to work on some of the cleaning initiatives around ramps, bridges, and those type of things to be able to address some of the cleanliness issues. I mentioned the Kent County's proposed sustainable business park. I wanted to make sure that you're all informed of this process. It's been going on for a number of years, and we're getting down to the wire where the county is going to be at a position of going yes or no, and I want to make sure that you're all informed. So this is something that several of us have been involved. Kent County Board of Public Works had kind of broached the subject of what do we do if we don't want to expand the landfill for additional capacity. So they came up with this idea, or evaluated a number of solutions, and the Sustainable Business Park would really be a way to engage materials management, kind of source separate things out, and then they would not need to expand the landfill. The capacity estimated today is that the South Kent landfill that the county owns and operates has enough capacity till the year of 2030. So you might have heard a little bit about it. The county has engaged an anchor tenant. Energia is the name of the company. They will be processing mixed waste. So they would be separating out some of the recyclables, the organics, and then they'll be having digesters for approximately 50% of the waste that remains. The county has made a commitment to the anchor tenant to bring them 400,000 tons of what we call MSW. I know it doesn't mean anything to most of you, but it's municipal solid waste. In order for them to be able to process that material and in their business model. And the only way to do that is through a county-wide flow control. So I don't know if we've talked a bit about it. The mayor is very familiar with this, but you're in a flow control district now. So we have a flow district for the 6 cities that surround us, or 5 of the 6 cities. The 6 cities have a partnership with the Waste to Energy, where we've entered a 40-year agreement for all the waste that's generated within our 6 cities goes to the Waste to Energy to support that operations. I mentioned the county, they convened a stakeholder group, which is actually meeting this afternoon, and they're getting down to the point of making decisions on where they're going. This was organized by the Kent County Administrator, kind of at the request of the city. I know the city manager and the mayor have been involved in this process. Mr. Matthews and I have been participating pretty heavily in the stakeholder group, and it's a lot of leaders from the county, because there was a lot of confusion about this project. There wasn't a lot of understanding of what it meant. Particularly those that are in surrounding townships or smaller communities that just were not being informed. A little bit about the project is the way I understand it. It's a $350 million proposed project. 70 million of that would be publicly financed through the county. They would be issuing bonds, and this is really for phase one. And then there's some additional infrastructure costs that would be needed to put water and sewer, electric, gas, and roads into the site. The site is, I guess I didn't really explain that, it's south of the current landfill, and it's in Allegan County, actually. So it's Kent County purchased, I think it's about 250 acres south of the landfill, or 270 acres. And that was designed to be able to expand the landfill, but now the movement is towards the sustainable business park. They did an RFQ with a 30% design that went out a couple of months ago. Those RFQs are back Wednesday. So they should have some idea on what the cost estimates are. And at that point, there's going to be a process the county's going through. And as I mentioned, when we get towards August, there's going to be a go, no-go decision made by the county. This Sustainable Business Park has the potential to increase not only the city's diversion rate to 70%, also the county-wide. So what it would mean is a number of communities would put all their trash and recycling in one cart. And that's a decision we would have to make here if we're going to do that. But that would be separated down at the Sustainable Business Park. And then what is that potential impact on our future refuse rates? And it's unclear at this point. All right, I'm going to bring my part home. Horizon topics, I mentioned the Sustainable Business Park. Participation by the city in the park, what does that look like? What does it mean for tipping fees at the waste to energy, the recycling center, which as I understand it will continue to be operational. That's the plan, at least as I understand it. Our waste energy contract is slated to expire on 2025. And just to be aware of that, what does that look like going forward? Will it roll over to a new contract should the city decide to participate? And one of the things that the Public Works Department is striving for is increasing the diversion rate as our goal to get to 30%. I mentioned the organics collection pilot. We talked a little bit about the materials management rate study and operational costs. When we get through that rate study, what kind of model or what kind of service delivery do we want to have in terms of user fee or millage support, and doing some community engagement around that, which could include bundled service under one fee, or it could be continuing with the pay-as-you-throw model that we currently have today. And I think we've talked a little bit about this, moving towards a single hauler ordinance, where the city would be the primary provider of residential service in the city, which has significant benefits not only from an environmental standpoint, but the wear and tear and wear on our street system. With that, I'm done. Thank you.
All right.
Mayor, I think.
Do you want to get through the stormwater section?
I think that'd be good.
Okay. And then we'll go back and ask questions. All right, let's talk stormwater.
Hopefully we don't bore you too much.
No, we love this topic.
4 hours of really intense stuff. Now we're going to talk
And we
about
got
rain.
two engineers here, so
Oh, I love
expect
it.
great comedy. First, want to introduce myself. My name is Dan Tabor. I'm a project engineer within ESD. I'll do this mic. Work heavily in plan reviews and work heavily with Jack and Jack's team. This is Jack Barr. He's the Director of Engineering for Naderveld, a local engineering consulting firm. You've seen his work and his team's work at Corwell, Studio Park, and his team is undertaking the Boston Square Together project. So you've seen a lot of his good stuff out there. He's the vice chair of Stormwater Oversight Commission, and he's been on the squad since 2014, so he's a veteran member. So take it away, Jack.
Yeah, thank you. So I represent the First Ward. It's good to meet First Ward commissioners. I don't think we've ever shaken hands before, but thank you for having me serve on the commission. The first slide there shows the current makeup of the commission and which wards they serve. Like I said, Madam Chairwoman had business to tend to out of town, so representing the commission today. Stormwater Oversight Commission is charged with multiple duties and responsibilities, including supporting and advocating for the goals and objectives established in the 2013 Stormwater Asset Management Plan, monitoring the community's changing stormwater needs and recommending program priorities to address those needs, and reviewing the investments of the income tax extension dedicated for vital streets. Casey Couperis is shown pictured here. He is an exiting member, and we have another civil engineer to replace him. So we're represented well with civil engineering on the commission. Next slide. So just wanted to highlight a couple of the projects that we completed in 2022. The Highlands Golf Course project was a daylighting project where we took about 1,500 feet of 48-inch pipe and took that out and converted that to about 2,000 feet of open stream. That's the upper right-hand corner picture. The Seymour Square project was a pilot alley green infrastructure project where there was no stormwater provisions previously in the alley, and the neighbors and the businesses had been requesting green infrastructure. There really wasn't room to do that within the right-of-way. So we have an interesting project there that creates porous pavement and some green infrastructure below that pavement. Last one being Alger Heights Stream Bank, that's south of Burton, where we took some areas within that drainage corridor that were heavily eroded and did some armoring and some restoration of that habitat back there. We've also been partnering with WEMIAC, Plaster Creek Stewards, and Elgro to find opportunities for green infrastructure and residential commercial projects through a grant. Our annual report covers all the city's stormwater required activities each year, including public education, maintenance, asset management, soil erosion control permits, and many more criteria. In a typical year, public education engagement consists of Mayor's Grand River Cleanup, rain barrel workshops sponsored by city and performed by WEMIAC, the Home and Garden Show, green infrastructure tours, in support of Elgro's educational initiatives. Our presence at the events includes giveaways, coloring books, magnets, notepads, and items that remind residents that stormwater is part of the water cycle, and that by protecting what runs off of their property, they ultimately protect our drinking water.
Thanks, Jack, and that highlights all of our public outreach. And just anecdotally, it's been nice at these events where the residents have been asking I guess more in-depth questions. The easy stuff they've seemed to get, so now it's higher level questions, so we're making a difference. So some of the nuts and bolts items of the Stormwater Oversight Commission and our investments. Since 2016, we've been steadily increasing our investments in stormwater to bring it up to a level of Service C. That's getting funding and investments from both the Vital Streets, who we work closely and collaboratively with, and monies from the general fund. During the implementation of the Vital Streets and Stormwater Oversight Commission, the Level C service goals were established through FY22. So those goals are currently being reviewed and revised through our stormwater oversight work, and we'll need to recalculate and revision those level of Service C goals and what that means, and also update for the inflation we've had in 2023 dollars and beyond. Here's just an engineer's chart with all of our goals and metrics there, but big picture, we are meeting all of our goals. Some areas we're especially proud of. We've been able to complete all of our culvert inspections early, so we're ahead of schedule there. But in general, we're seeing a system holding up, so that's good to see. And And as part of our work with the SOC, we're really taking a look at these metrics and these goals to make sure, you know, we've had almost 10 years with this work. What have we learned? What can we update? What do we need to see? Like, for example, our pipe cleaning and pipe televising only counts for pipes that have been 75 years or older. We're looking to be able to track all of our pipes. We collaborate a lot with engineering, so when there's a new road project, we'll televise it and clean it. But if the pipes aren't 75 years or older, those don't show up our metrics. So we want to capture that work to show the true scope and resources that we're needing and the services that we're providing. One area of note of a goal that we missed by 0.3% was the actual televising and cleaning of the gravity sewer mains. So we chalked that up to changing to an Eagle reporting year, but we'll make sure we're 100% on that next round. And then also, just in regards to our coordination and collaboration with the Vital Streets program, Assistant City Engineer Irving mentioned this earlier, but we have a goal of infiltrating 100 million gallons every 5 years. And this chart just shows that we've exceeded that goal on Vital Streets with 108 million gallons. But then also through stormwater initiatives like the Highland Park program or the daylighting, that we've exceeded that with another 30 million gallons of infiltration capacity there. On the right side there, another goal through SOC was treating 921 acres of area of stormwater. Currently not meeting that goal. In projects like the Highland daylighting and then the future daylighting at Riverside Park will help us achieve that goal by treating larger areas and larger regions. A lot of our Vital Streets work is limited to the street itself, and that's a good stormwater philosophy of treating it and capturing it where it falls. So we have that area where we can do. Now we need to incorporate or continue to incorporate larger regional scale type projects like that. So that's a focus of SOC and in our program there. Over the course of the last year, we had some policy changes. The city received a new municipal separate storm sewer permit, or MS4 permit, from Eagle through the EPA. So that led to some significant updates and changes to our code resources, our technical reference manuals, and really a big push to update all those code type items. And along with that, we also had updated flood maps in 2023 that were enacted by FEMA that led to code updates and updates to my review process and development review process. And I do want to thank the City Commission's work for that heavy lift of the FEMA. Just from a boots on the ground day-to-day aspect, having those new maps is beneficial and helpful. Couple other ongoing priorities with the SOC. Just to continue and highlight, Assistant City Manager Matthews brought this up in his discussions. We have the Ash Lagoon closure project out at the wastewater recovery facility plant. Large-scale plans are going into Eagle this month. Anticipated construction in October of '23. And then construction will be subject to the river level. So hopefully we have levels that can allow that work. In terms of funding sources, we have submitted for an Eagle Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan with a 50% loan forgiveness. And we also received $1.7 million in funding from Senator Peters for groundwater treatment during construction, with also a $3 million ARPA allocation. So in the spirit of looking for those grant opportunities and looking for those funding opportunities, we are actively pursuing those. Another fun stormwater project is the Napex Corner Drain. Just some engineering type highlights to that. The project has advanced through the Kent County Drain Commissioner in March of '23. So the preliminary engineering design is ongoing. That's under the umbrella of the Drain Commissioner because it is officially a county drain, but city staff and engineering, $400,000 in trucking costs off the books. And looking for the construction in both 2024 and 2025. Some other ongoing priorities that the SOC is working through is there's some drainage challenges behind Lake St. Jude and Parkway Drive on the northeast side. So we're reviewing engineering solutions for that. We've had public hearings and in coordination with our partners at the engineering department. There was talk of a special assessment, but now we're pursuing options of ARPA funds and other alternatives to avoid that assessment. And then also in terms of Butterworth and in coordination with some of that work on the west side there, Butterworth from O'Brien to the city limits is a challenging infrastructure area with some stormwater issues, some drainage issues, some material issues. So right now we are undergoing local outreach to the property owners, stakeholders like the Kent County Parks, which has their new headquarters down there, and the city of Walker. So really trying to build that team to develop a overarching solution to the challenges out that way. Initial thoughts are there is a drainage study and design through fiscal year 24 with any type of potential project or solution coming after that. But it is an ongoing priority for us. And then in the spirit of Horizon topics, through SOC and Environmental Services, we applied for a high water infrastructure grant with Eagle through a stormwater resiliency plan program. So we're seeking support from Eagle to develop this resiliency plan to identify potential policy changes, system upgrades, and to make the city more resilient in these high water, extreme weather events. So seeking the grant with a 20% city match there, which is pretty typical for these grants. So that was submitted earlier this year, awaiting word, but that's something we're hopeful for to help advance this work of the city and the Stormwater Oversight Commission. So in that.
All right, Mayor, we'll pause here. I just want to clarify one comment on the use of ARPA funds for the Lake St. Jude Parkway Drive drainage improvements, that it is being used for the design, and once we figure out the project scope, we'll come back and discuss whether or not full assessment, partial assessment, or other ways to fund the project. But it only design is being funded through ARPA at this point.
That was one of my questions, because that is a longstanding issue that I recall meeting with neighbors when I was commissioner out there. And I would guess that the solution will cost far more than $50,000. So,
Yes, thanks for that clarification.
yeah, thank you. So Jack, thanks for serving on the Oversight Commission. Really appreciate your work on that. I'll start with some questions, and then I'll turn to my colleagues. One, I really appreciate the work being done by the Stormwater entire team. I think a lot of people forget how critical that work is to water quality, both with our Grand River and our lakes. So thank you for that work. Couple concrete questions. The Knapp's Corner, I'm curious, out of the $6 million, are there any other partners who are helping to pay for that solution? The answer is yes, I would assume, but.
Yeah, that's work with Grand Rapids Township, MDOT, are really in the city are the major contributors there. For further follow-up, I would refer to Ms. Rivette in terms of the details, but other partners
Okay.
are active.
Okay, good. And I know that I've said this before, there's a lesson to be learned here, because one of the primary concerns from the residents when that development was proposed was the impact on water and water quality. So I think we should make sure that we learn from that development moving forward, so we're not dealing with this again somewhere else in the city. My other questions, I'll try to shoot through them quickly. James, where'd James go? Is he still here? Oh, he shut out?
I'm sorry. He had mentioned they have a convening, a 4-hour convening on the Sustainable Business Park. He had to go attend that.
Okay, I'll shoot an email then about that, some clarity there. And then parks. So looking at the park projects, MLK, Roosevelt Lodge, and Plaza Roosevelt. Glad to see that MLK is anticipated this year, but I'm curious why Roosevelt Lodge and Plaza Roosevelt especially aren't teed up for this year, especially Plaza Roosevelt. I mean, we've been talking about that for years, and it continues to be in the heart of that neighborhood. And then maybe for Roosevelt Lodge, if we secure additional funding, will we be able to move that timeline up?
So with the two projects, Roosevelt Lodge is set for design. So we've only gone through conceptual design as a part of our master plan, so we've got to go through a robust final design process with the neighborhood, and that's the timeline there required before we hit construction.
Is that happening this year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And then with regards to Plaza Roosevelt, we are finishing up with final design here by the end of this summer, allowing us to bid that project here this fall, early winter, and then start construction next season.
Okay, thank you. And then let me see, I had one other, for the other core services, Mr. Matthews, you referenced the opioid settlement. Are we looking at doing something in partnership with the RED project?
We are going to assess where the major needs are and then who's positioned in the community to provide that service. So that'll be part of the process. Their name has definitely come up multiple times.
Okay, I know we've partnered with them dating back all the way to Mayor Logie, so, okay, I'm glad to hear that. And then my last, really, it's a comment and not a question. I just want to say, having been around this table when we ran a pretty significant deficit at the golf course, and there was a lot of conversation about what do we do with that asset. The fact that we now have a sustainable model is really impressive. I know James Hurt was a part of that years ago, as well as the Parks Department. And I just want to say what incredible work. It's a huge asset with a lot of history in our city. And I know that our Third Ward colleagues care deeply about that space, but really our entire city does. So I appreciate all of the work in turning that location around. So, nice work. All right, Commissioners, other questions or comments on these three items? I'll start down here with Commissioner Isasi, and then, no, okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think I had a question for Mr. Hurt too, but I think probably some of those things will get brought back up after that RFP is received and we have to have some further discussions about what that would look like for the city.
Yeah, so timeline-wise, I think some of the decision points that we have will be based on the decision of the county and how the county decides to move forward. So I do anticipate once there's a decision by the county commission, the full county commission is going to have to vote on some of the recommendations from the Department of Public Works, then that will be brought back to us. I anticipate city manager will get briefed, and then we'll look at what our options are.
Okay.
Commissioner, I do want to note that one of the things that we've been trying to work through with them is they originally came forward with a concept that all tipping fees would be the same. So it would be the same rate at the business park, same rate at waste to energy, same rate for the recycling facility. And we clearly, for a lot of reasons, we're not in favor of that because at that point there's a disincentive to separate recycling. It creates a lot of sustainability issues as well as cost issues. So we've gone back to them and encouraged them to take a look, if nothing else, at what those recycle tip fees are. So that we can balance our books more sustainably. We can provide some incentivization for the recycling program, realizing that if we participate in that sustainable business park, we're adding effectively 20 miles round trip every time that we turn over a truck. And that's got to be factored in. That's why this rate study is so important. We have them looking not just at the current model, but at 5 separate scenarios and what those corresponding rates would look like, including the idea of single hauler versus the competitive hauler system that we have right now. Participating in the sustainable business park at the projected rates, not participating in what that would look like. So we've laid all of that out and said, project this out for us so that we can have a meaningful conversation with the community about what these alternatives are and what the potential costs are for your average customer. So all of that is stuff that we're looking at and really kind of trying to represent our residents' interests in those conversations, because in a lot of ways, they're very different than what some of the out-county communities might have in terms of concern.
But for timeline, Mr. Matthews, we don't have a decision point about that today.
We do not.
It's, I'd say, at a minimum, a few months down the road, once we know what the county decides. Yeah.
Thank you. On slide 43, around the continued investment in lead risk reduction in our water system. So I know you kind of shared what it was like 4 out of 6 had over the 15 parts per billion, but with the reduction to 12, well, that's not till 25, so I guess maybe we have a little bit of time to think about that. But can you talk about the communication strategy around this? I think, you know, around this table, we've heard people come with concerns. And I think some of it, you know, I know our water department has really worked to ensure, you know, some appropriate communication. And so I just want to make sure that, you know, this is something that we're doing proactively. We're engaging together, it sounds like, with MDHHS and our departments. So I think this is going to be really important. So I'd like to know more about that. And then my last question was really around the community initiative. So, you know, yes, again, we had heard from some of the neighborhood associations around just feeling, you know, people were dumping things mostly because it was probably a lack of their own money and their own pay at account and things like that. So I'm more interested in what that time frame would be and any of the concerns that some of the neighborhood associations have, or any.
Sure, just real briefly, because I know that it's been raised with a number of the neighborhood associations. We've actually convened a group of the most concerned neighborhood associations to have a deeper conversation specifically about what their issues and concerns are. Interestingly, while they appreciate the opportunity to have those cleanups more than once a year, they acknowledge that there are also some underlying issues there, and those underlying issues actually intersect with the things that we're talking about when it comes to our collection model. That's particularly prevalent when you talk about renters and whether or not landlords are actually providing carts for their renters. So all of that's being factored in. They really appreciated having a broader conversation. We talked a little bit about funding models, payment models, what's working, what's not, and they've committed to continuing to participate in that discussion once we have the rate study back. But what we learned from those conversations is that the neighborhood cleanup / dumpster days are more of a symptom of an issue than an issue to be solved directly. And we want to make sure that what it is that we do is actually fixing the issue that they're bringing to the table. So that's an ongoing conversation.
And then with regard to the communication on the lead service line replacement and the filters with MDHS, I believe there's some joint communication plan efforts that we're coordinating with them to make it clear this is not non-compliance based on Eagle's regulatory monitoring, but it is similar to what we're doing with the participatory budgeting process in ensuring safety for members who have not yet had their lead service lines replaced.
Yeah, so this came up because DHHS, as I mentioned, is wanting to be more proactive in this space. And they ran what was kind of a pilot program with the city of Kalamazoo, where they proactively worked to get filters out into the community. They were interested in doing this as soon as possible, and we had to engage with them and say, okay, we agree this is a great opportunity, but it needs to be done intentionally so that it's not perceived as an alarmist, we have a problem, everyone run out and get a filter, that this is us proactively realizing that we can't get to all of the lines at one time, and this is another way for you to stay safe in your homes. So we're collaborating now on what this is going to look like. They've agreed to extend that timeline into June for us to be able to put together a workable communications campaign and an operational strategy. Because we didn't want to announce that there was a program and then not have anybody to answer the phone and actually provide the service, which was Respectfully, I will say it was a gap in the plan when it was brought to us.
All right. Okay, Commissioner Purdue?
Good afternoon. Excited to, thank you all for your preparation and presentation. Excited to continue the conversation around materials management. For the dumpster days, I think it's noted that neighborhood associations will kind of be the connectors, conveners. Hope to see that expand beyond neighborhood associations. You all have heard me say that we're just not equally situated throughout our city with the support and strength of each neighborhood association. So I hope that there's some wiggle room if there's other community-based organizations or even informal grassroots organizations who will be willing to help organize, that there will be some space for that. And then likewise with, as you create your operations campaign for the filter distribution, one piece of feedback that I think we've all heard is around some of our current programmings around lead. There's age limitations. You have to have a kid 5 or under in the home, and hope that this will be more broad for neighbors to access. I see you shaking your head. Speaking of lead, though, I am, admittedly a bit confused with some of the information because we have assured people time and time again that pipes are not the issue, and that the lead service line replacement really is a proactive measure, so it's not an issue decades from now. And yet, investing in filters, getting filters in homes, preparing a communications campaign, it seems like mixed messaging to me. So, I'm curious how you're wrestling with that. And, relatedly, I see the state-led action level. I see the anticipated reduction in 2025. I'm curious of where we sit. I've heard at this table that we're in safety zones, but is it close? Is it 14.9? Is it 10? Is it 8? I think that's important to know. And this is my first time hearing about that volunteer cohort, so I will be interested, and maybe I'll send a follow-up reminder to learn a little bit more. Are you still accepting folks? And in that example you gave, you talked about that homes that are participating in that pilot cohort, if they receive the test at 10 ppb or above, that they will be prioritized, which is great. But I'm wondering, how do other folks benefit from knowing if they should be alarmed, if they do need to take more proactive measures in their home if they're not in that cohort? So I'm glad to see the thought in this, and it's bringing up a lot of questions and concerns around mixed messaging. Are we actually safe? How much should we be concerned now? How much in the safety zone are our levels at present? And is that typically distributed evenly? Does it really vary by home? How do we help people make sure that they're safe and feel safe?
And that was our concern when this was brought forward to us, was precisely the mixed messaging. The water is safe. The numbers have incrementally gone up, I would say, over the last 5 years. And Wayne can confirm, I think we were at, was it 12 the last round?
We were at 11 parts the last round in 2022, or 2021, excuse me. So the sampling pool, we were required to sample 50 locations across the city with full lead service lines on an annual basis. Those results can vary from year to year, just like water usage varies from year to year. And as Doug alluded to this past year, what we found was of the 5 bottom users, 4 of those tested high for lead in the water. Okay, when I say high, at the action level, okay, or higher, they were immediately replaced. Those lead service lines were immediately replaced at that time. Now, the proposal was
that part of the annual testing or the cohort?
It is. It's part of the annual testing.
Okay.
So the annual testing, there really isn't a cohort per se. It's the annual sampling pool. We're required to have approximately 150 locations citywide that have full lead service lines at this time. We have to submit that to Eagle on an annual basis. Excuse me.
And we've been doing that for years.
We have. We've been testing the water since '94, I think. It's been in the recent years, the 2018 LCR modifications, that we had to go to the 1st and 5th liter sampling protocol. That has had a tendency for us to have a spike up when we had to do the 1st and 5th liter. There was also a period of time about 10 years ago where we were allowed to pre-flush lines. That's all since gone away. So the rules have changed. The EPA is planning more changes, okay, that the last proposed language from the EPA that I read included a 10 parts per billion trigger level, which would require a replacement plan, which we already have, as well as additional corrosion control studies. That's why you see the 10 parts per billion now. We've made that change in recent years to say, okay, we don't want to take any chances, long-term with our sampling sites. We're going to replace them if there's any potential risk. So when we went back and looked at our 50 sites from this past year, of the sites that we had, there was only 8 locations that tested higher than 10 parts per billion out of the 50 sites. Does that answer your question?
Yes, for now, yeah.
For now.
Thank you, yeah. I think it's worth continuing the conversation, and particularly as you think about that communications campaign, thinking about the education part of it. It's an argument in our house now of, do you let the water run before you drink it, and for how long? My house was built before 1900. I said, it's fine. I have a filter. We don't have any concerns with water. But now after 10, I'm like, do I need to flush it for, a minute, 30 seconds before drinking? So as a resident in an older home with lead lines for sure, and, we hear this throughout our community, I think there's an opportunity for a lot more education and clarity on this. So thank you for what you provided today, though.
Wayne, before and just for the record, for the public that's watching, excuse me, Wayne Jernberg is our water systems manager, been working here for some time, and comparatively, because she asked a very pointed question, and I think we need to make sure we're clear to the public. Is the water safe?
Yes.
The water is safe. Then secondly, in terms of our action levels, comparatively to other communities where people have been poisoned around the state, and we've known, and I don't want to name the cities, but we know the cities, give some comparative measurements to what their levels were versus our current levels.
I can't get into too much depth in terms of what their levels were. All I know is they were significantly higher than the 15 parts per billion at the time that they had action level exceedances. And some of the communities went multiple years with action level exceedances before they actually started to replace the lead service lines. To answer the question a little bit further, our water is safe. We have actually started doing data analysis now in terms of annual consumption leading up on those 50 sampling sites that I talked about in 2022. We actually went back and looked at the annual consumption that was coming, that they were using leading up to that sampling point. What we're finding is that locations that use less than 50 gallons of water per day in a house are potentially at risk, okay? But the majority of the sites that we sample are all using in the neighborhood, and I don't have my calculator in my head, but those are sites that are using less than 25 units of water in a full year, okay? The ones that are using 50 or more, they're all in that range of, say, 0 to 5 to 7, 8 parts per billion when we sample them. So it's good that you're using the water. It helps with the water chemistry in your service lines, your pipes in your house, as well as refreshing that in terms of the pH, the chemistry level, and the corrosion control. So the more water you use, the better off you're going to be.
Thank you. And thanks for making sure we got clarity on that.
Yeah, good question.
And last piece on this, on the lead piece, I'm going to see for you. So there's piece on here, messaging to all new owners and tenants on risks of lead. Do we currently provide a notice for folks who are renting that, kind of how when you buy a house, do we have something similar for tenants?
We do. So the letter that you're referencing there, that goes out to any new water and sewer customer in the city of Grand Rapids that has a lead service line. The letter also states at the very end of it that if you are a rental property owner, you are required to provide that letter to the new tenants as they move in.
Thank you.
Yeah, good questions. And maybe, I know we've gotten the water quality reports in the past, and I think years ago I looked at the letter that we were sending out. But can you just share that with the full commission again, just so that they know what communication is going out to the residents and the people that they represent?
The LCR for last year is ready to go.
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks, Wayne. All right, any final questions as we wrap up? All right, City Manager, I will turn to you, and then we'll take a break, go down to 6:01, grab a bite to eat, and get an update from our city attorney for executive session.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the staff for their work today. And again, if you have questions, please forward those in writing to me or the CFO, and we'll make sure we get an opportunity to respond. And I want to follow up on my earlier question of whether or not there's a desire in this body to continue dialogue on the morning of the 16th at 9 o'clock.
All right, I'll turn to my colleagues. I feel sufficiently prepared after reading all the materials and the budget sessions, and actually I'm eager to hear from the community, and I likely will have some follow-up questions after the public hearing, but I personally don't, but I'll turn to my colleagues and see if the majority. Commissioner O'Connor?
I share your perspective, Mayor.
Commissioner Isasi?
I'm all set at this point too, Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Perdue? Okay. Down here, Commissioner Moody?
Concur.
Commissioner Robbins?
Likewise.
Commissioner Knight?
Yes.
Okay. So if you have, I know I made a list of questions. Please get those to city manager by this week, end of this week. We'll start getting responses to all the questions that we've sent so far and throughout this week. We'll have those likely before the public hearing on Tuesday. We'll have the public hearing, and then if we have additional questions or need additional dialogue, we'll be back together that following week. And we'll be able to have further and I'd say greater conversation after that. Sound good? All right, we'll recess Committee of the Whole. Commissioners, let's take a break and then meet down in 601.
See you in 51 minutes.